And we are live. Hello, friends. I am excited to learn how to use the NX release feature, which is a pretty recent addition to NX. And yeah, just want to make the KCD workshop for the Epic web um, workshops be a little better organized. And it is technically a library, even though it's an app. It is published on NPM. And so yeah, there are a fair number of complex things with it, and I'd like some help with that. So a few months ago, Yuri from NX joined me to make NX be our build or manage our build. And yeah, so now James is going to help me manage releases. James, why don't you introduce yourself so people get to know you?
Hi, I'm James. I've been working for NX. Narwhal was its original name since December 2017. Long, long time. I was employee number five.
Hmm.
And it's been crazy to watch the evolution of where we've come from and where we are now. Yeah, our latest strapline is Smart Mono Repos Fast CI because we're building some really, really cool tech in the CI space. Because for a long time, NX has been able to understand people's workspaces, people's repos. We realized we could build the most efficient CI platform on top of that knowledge. And
Hmm.
so this week is the launch week for NX. So we every day this week, you can see there's a launch NX thing in the top of the menu bar there. Every day this week, we've done a different announcement, and tomorrow is kind of a mini conf day where I'm giving a talk on NX release as we're covering today. So if anybody wants to learn a bit more generically about it, I'll be presenting on that tomorrow. We've also covering lots of different topics if anyone wants to check out the launch stuff. And agents, NX agents is one of those. So you can actually give us your compute tasks to do. You can kick it off in your GitHub Actions or your Circle CI or whatever, but then we will spawn loads of agents and we will distribute your tasks in the most efficient way possible and then give you back the results. And you don't need to worry about any of that horizontal, vertical scaling, none of that stuff. Just
Hmm.
tell us what tasks you want to run, and we'll figure out the best way to run them in what order and maximum parallelization and give you the results back. So
Wow.
super exciting.
Yeah, that sounds pretty awesome. I GitHub CI is or Actions work quite well, but once you get to a certain scale, they are, at the end of the day, they're just machines with limited capacity, and parallelization is a big complicated task to speed that up. So it sounds like you're solving
Exactly.
a real
You
problem.
can make stuff work with GitHub Actions or any other tool just fine, but you have to maintain this handcrafted bespoke CI config that's very brittle and 1,000 lines long, and you're partitioning things very manually. Whereas we
Mm,
can partition things with the knowledge of your task graph and your project graph automatically and dynamically. So you can just declaratively tell us, hey, I want to run NX lint build test, and say that you want to distribute it on a certain machine type, like a large Linux machine, and we
mm,
will just take that and we will scale up to the right number of agents for you. You can even set thresholds. You can say, like, for a small change, like I've only touched like 2 libraries or something, only spawn 3 agents. But for a large change, spawn the maximum number of agents that my billing plan allows, kind of thing. So
mm.
there's like dials that we're excited. We'll bring in more and more granularity with it, but like there's already some dials that you can kind of tweak for certain change styles to get the benefit of low cost with also most efficient compute. So yeah. So anyway, that's less about me and more specifically about just what's happening this week with NX. Outside of NX, people might know me from having created TypeScript ESLint. I was on the ESLint team originally, and I spun it off into TypeScript ESLint and Angular ESLint as well for the Angular community was a natural side project then on top of that. So
Mm.
if anybody's used any of those projects, which if you're using
Yeah.
TypeScript, you probably have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been in the kind of open source world for quite a while, so it's definitely always been a passion of mine. The fact I get to work on an open source tool that's MIT licensed like NX is honestly really fulfilling and really enjoyable. So
Mm, yeah, that's awesome, and thank you for all the open source that you've done thus far. It's I definitely I do use TypeScript TSLint. I was never interested in using TSLint. I wanted to just stay in my
yeah,
ecosystem I already had with ESLint, and so yeah, really appreciate that project.
yeah, thank you.
Okay, so for folks watching at home, I ignore the YouTube live chat. You feel free to chat in there if you want to, but this is where I do chat. My bot made this channel or this thread on the Discord. You can go to kcd.im/discord and find the chat here. You can join this thread and feel free to throw any questions or whatever in there, and we'll answer those as we go, I suppose. So what we are working on specifically is the KCD Shop repo. And this is the workshop app that people use as they go through my workshops. I'm not gonna, well, here, I guess I will do a little bit of what this looks like right here. So in practice, this is used inside of my workshop repositories, which pretty much consist of this directory of directories of exercises. So it's like each one of these subdirectories is a step in a workshop series of exercises. And so they're just like, for this particular workshop, it's a full-blown app with incremental changes in each individual step. So you can
Right.
think of these as like templates. And then when somebody's ready to start work on a particular exercise, they hit a button and it gets copied into the playground where they get to work. Yeah, so the app manages all of that stuff. So if we start things up, this starts the KCD Shop app. And this is the thing that we're publishing to NPM, is the thing that runs this. So it just reads that directory, so it knows like all this documentation and everything, and then it displays that like the different apps for people. They can look at what the problem solution looks like. Here's the diff
Yep.
between where you're at in the playground, which here, let's set the playground there. So now we look at the diff and we see, oh, okay, so these are the things I'm supposed to change, or this is how far I've come in the exercise. I'm missing these little bits or whatever. So there's quite a lot going on in this app, and like I said, it's published to NPM, so that I can easily add it to all of the workshops that I've got. We're at like 12 workshops now altogether, and growing all the time. So that's what we're dealing with as far as the use case. For the way that it's built, let me improve our visibility here. I should probably figure out a good plugin for this. Well, that is definitely
Profiles work really well on VS Code these days.
yeah, so like you know how you get used to doing things a certain way,
Yeah.
and in a world where things are really hard and then somebody makes a different way that's just way easier,
Yeah, yeah.
but you're just so used to your own finagled solution. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at with profiles. That's where I'm at with semantic release. Where how I'm releasing things now. Like I just have this way that I've been doing it for so long
Yeah.
that it's
Yeah.
really difficult to adjust for the like we live in a new world now. Like it's much better and easier these other
Yeah, yeah.
ways. So anyway, maybe I'll get into profiles. I have set them up somewhere, but yeah. Anyway, so the way that this is organized, yeah, first of all, it's released using semantic release. I've been using that thing forever.
Hmm.
And it works great, especially with the GitHub package for that, or the action for that is really awesome. But one of the big problems that I'm having right now is in the organization of all of this code for this app. So the workshop app itself, this is the thing that's published to NPM. It's the only thing that's published right now here in the package.json. It's Kelsey Dodd's workshop app. And basically it's a remix app. So I have a bin right here. This is the KCD shop. This is when you run npm start on a workshop. It starts in here. And yeah, in production mode, so like when it's actually deployed, we're going to just run node on the start script. Otherwise, we have like some special dev stuff that we do for during development time, which also would be great to clean up, and NX can help with that too, I think. But yeah, so the start script is right here. Ultimately, all that really matters here is that it starts the app server. And so it ends up being just an Express server that hooks up to a Remix app. So here's our Express server. It's doing a couple of interesting things in here. But yeah, the most important thing here is the Remix app. So what makes this a little complicated is everything inside of this app directory is built by Remix. And so ultimately it ends up just being in this this built file. And then if there's any uh, utilities that I want to use outside of the Workshop app, for example, um, uh, right in here, I've got some scripts for doing some setup stuff. So I'm pulling a couple of utilities from the module. So anything that needs to be used outside of the Remix app programmatically like this needs to not go inside of this app directory because I need to be able to access it outside of the Remix app. And there's no way to do that other than having this utils directory that I just put like a bunch of those utilities, and then I can import those both in the workshops themselves as well as in the Remix app. And so as at the end of the day, it actually ends up being separate module graph because we've got Remix has the built version of these modules that are in the build file, and then my workshops get a different built version of these modules. So they are technically different modules at runtime, but it ends up working out just fine anyway. But yeah, that's like the biggest issue that I'm having that's like really motivating me to want to fix this up is I want to have another package that at the end of the day. I want to put those into a package. They manage their own build and all of that stuff. Have that be a dependency that the Remix app uses and also a dependency that these workshops can use. But then comes the problem that NX release is intended to solve, and that is publishing these packages so that they're on the same version and everything. We don't have version conflicts and that sort of thing. So that's where we also have another dependency on this presence feature. So when you're running the app, and we have this little spot down here that says how many people are working on workshops right now, and that's powered by PartyKit. It's amazing, and yeah, so that's like that is totally like it's deployed to a production server, and then we hit it from our Remix app locally here. And so that is like there is the only actual dependency is not code, it's API URLs. But it would be really cool if I could co-locate the client with the server, so then I can import that client into the Workshop app, so that contract is no longer just a URL, but it's actually code. And so that would I would like to be able to publish this as a package as well. And then I have this example app that's for just development, which is dependent on the Workshop app. And it should not be published, but would be nice to have. So my final state here is a utility package, a presence package, and a Workshop app package, all deployed together whenever there are any changes. And of course, like I already with semantic release, I've got my commit messages that generate the changelog. I want it to be fully automated because this isn't something where I need to like fine tune the changelog messages or anything like that. Having a single line that says this is the thing that happened, check it out, and releasing on every commit automatically. All of that is important to me because it's me and a handful of other instructors that are the consumers of this project, and so spending a lot of time on releases is unnecessary, and I'd like to avoid that. So.
Okay. So you said you want to release on every commit. So is that irrespective of if there were any changes? Would you like to always bump?
Good question. So I want it to be like semantic release where it depends on the commit message. So if I say chore, then like don't release that. But if I say fix, then yeah, let's release that as a patch. If I say, breaking change in the commit message, then I want that to bump the major version, that sort of thing. And based on what I can tell from this, it's actually very similar as far as the way this works to what semantic release does. It's like the Angular changelog commit message thing, right?
Yeah, so the thing that underpins both things is the conventional commits
Yeah.
specification. So how you write your commits determines the information we can derive from them. So it's like conventionalcommits.org, I think. Yeah.
Hmm.
So this specification, I think originally did spin out of the AngularJS way of doing things. It was a good way to do it, and it allows you to codify breaking changes in a specific way, and your patch minor and major in Semver speak come from your fix and your feat plus break, or fix plus breaking change for your major.
Hmm.
So yes, in semantic release, as far as I know, to be honest, I haven't used it directly for a very long time. As far as I know, the big difference with semantic release is on top of that, they layer on the concept that you have branches in your Git
Hmm.
assigned to specific channels,
Channels.
I think they call
Yeah.
them. Yeah. So we don't have a direct, like specific constraint like that. So there's nothing stopping you using NX release to do that if you want to,
Mm.
because the way we've done things in NX release is we first focused on like the phases of the release. So we created these three distinct subcommands, we call them. So we have the NX release CLI. NX space release is the CLI within NX. And we have three subcommands, one for each phase: NX release version, NX release changelog, NX release publish. And that's how we actually started with those pillars. Now, since we first introduced it, and like in its very raw alpha state with those three pillars, we've been addressing like, how do you actually compose these things together in a way that's usable, reasonable? So we found for a lot of common cases, people only really need NX release to do all three steps for them. And potentially they can disable like changelog step if they want to, or something with config.
Mm.
But on the flip side, on the other end of the spectrum, people who want maximum control, we have the programmatic API, which allow you to use these three building blocks as functions. And they are the exact same functions that are the internals of those three CLI subcommands. But it means we can compose them together however we want. So if we want to stick to, if the environment branch, like GitHub branch, is this, then do this kind of version, or this, apply this tag or whatever, then we can do that. We don't have any kind of like pre-made template for you for semantic. If you wanted to truly emulate semantic releases channel behavior, but we could build such a thing with the programmatic API. And to be honest, it's probably common enough out there in with people maybe wanting to migrate to NX release or something, that we should probably just have some kind of like primitive, easy way of emulating it. At the very
Mm.
least, I'll write a doc page to like show how you would emulate the same approach.
That would,
But
yeah, that would be helpful. I should say that before we go down that road too far, that I do have this config, but I
Mhm.
very rarely ever use anything other than just the main channel. Like it,
Yeah.
it is extremely rare. And in fact, normally when I want to do like a beta or pre-release, I'll just do it manually on my machine.
Okay.
And that's not typically a problem.
Yeah.
That said, with the added challenge of having multiple packages that I want to release at once, is there an easy way from just locally on my machine to say, hey, NX release, I want you to do this release and give these things this tag. Like if I did want to do a pre-release or
Yeah,
something.
definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. So in my case, the way I've been setting up repos for myself, like TypeScript ESLint, Angular ESLint, also RxJS, I worked with Ben on that setup. Um, we have a script in the repo that is the release script. And that's nice because A, we can use the programmatic API. So we have maximum power and flexibility. We can script what we want. B, it means the logic for releases is actually written somewhere and codified. So it's not just a series of CLI commands that you have to document somewhere else or write down.
Mm.
And B, it means you can have literal ifs, like forks between like, if local, then do this. If on CI, do this.
Mm.
Like you can have all of that if you need to. But in many cases, the only distinguishing factor between CI in those cases for us, for example, is what for me in my repos, I actually like to run the script locally because I don't I don't like run on every single commit necessarily.
Mm.
There's no reason. That's not. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. We'll do that for you, but in my case, I like to run the release script locally, and I have the release script do the versioning and the changelog generation, and the changelog generation creates a GitHub release on GitHub, and
Hmm.
that GitHub release is then the trigger for a publish YAML workflow, which runs the NX release publish command to do the final step of actually publishing. And the reason for that is because then you get NPM provenance. So you get the signing of the packages with the nice little green check mark all the way
Mm,
through. And you only get that if you publish from GitHub Actions. You can't publish locally and have provenance data generated.
mm,
But in your case, I think we would be similar. We'd publish from CI, but by the sounds of it, we'd also trigger the release script directly in CI. But
mhm.
you would, of course, always have the option to run the release script locally if you wanted to.
Perfect.
So
Yeah. Okay, so that's extremely helpful. The I have another question. Does the NX release or changelog, does that create the GitHub release, or do you have like programmatic stuff that does that?
it's part of the release changelog function. So you
Awesome.
can configure NX in your NX JSON. You can say whether or not you want a workspace changelog, or if you want a GitHub release, or both. Or if
Mm,
you want a project level changelog for every single project individually, you can have that as well. And you can even create a GitHub. If you're doing independent releases, you can create an independent GitHub release for each independent one. I
mm,
personally never work with independent releases because I just find it too confusing. I like to have my monorepo, which has got my related packages in it, and I release them together.
yeah.
That's an open source world. In enterprise, obviously, it's a lot more common to have monorepos with lots of unrelated packages together that have
Right.
different versioning cycles, whatever. But for open source, I find that almost always I'm using fixed versions where they're just the related packages, they go together. Even if one of them didn't change, for example, if 2 out of
Yeah.
3 didn't change and 1 changed, I don't care. I bump them, then I know that all 3 work together, no
Yep.
issues with integration, etc.
Yep. 100%. I both use cases make total sense to me.
Yeah.
So very cool. Then in my mind, and you can correct me, what would be best is to start by, well, I don't know. So I guess there are two options. We can either switch from semantic release to NX release, and just keep everything as it is, and then we break things out into multiple packages, or we break them out into multiple packages first and then do the release. As I say that, I think it's probably best to start with moving things to NX release.
It honestly doesn't matter because NX release just you can just discover the projects with globs, with tags, with like there's so many options for discovering. It honestly doesn't actually make like we don't have to get things ready or not ready for NX release. So NX release doesn't care about the structure of your workspace
Mm.
as such. So
Yeah, and that's why I
honestly,
think switching it to NX release first would probably be better, because if we make these multiple packages first, then I'm in a state where I can't publish anything until we
okay,
get the release stuff done,
okay,
right? So,
yeah,
but I think that probably makes the most sense
yeah.
to do that. Now, the next thing is I think I'm gonna want to rename this package to something temporary, so that I don't like publish on top of something that's working as we're testing things out. So I'm going to do that really.
So
Well,
what maybe what we could do instead is we could go to your npmrc file and set your registry to be localhost,
oh,
and we could actually deploy to Verdasio while we're testing this out.
okay. So I don't know how to do that.
So if you do HTTP localhost port 4873,
4873.
yeah. And
Okay.
what we'll do now is we'll leverage NX to set us up with a Verdasio setup without us having to worry about it. So
Okay. That sounds
um,
cool.
could I just check which plugins you have installed for NX at the moment? If you
Uh,
go in your package JSON.
yeah, I actually don't know that I have any NX plugins.
So you have just NX. Okay, so if we could install the @nx/js plugin at the same version as that, 1802, which will be the latest, so that's fine.
Oh, I think I installed that as a regular dependency. Does it even matter at the root level? Probably not.
Not really, not in any practical way. It's just, yeah,
Yeah.
as you say, it is more of a dev dependency. Oh, sorry, because I've just set your local host. This won't work. You need to disable registry for a second again. You'll need to comment out
Oh,
registry while you do the install. Sorry,
that makes sense. And
that
actually,
was me
as
trying
I'm
to
at
trick
it,
you.
we're just gonna do this. They are all dependencies.
Sure.
Okay. There we
There we
go.
go.
Good stuff. Okay.
Cool.
So now what?
So now, do you have NX Console installed in your VS Code?
No, I don't.
Because that is
Or
a
that's an
super
extension,
duper
right?
useful extension. Yeah. For anything we're doing in NX, it's super useful.
Let's do
Um,
it.
and one of those things we can run is generators, and that's what we're going to invoke now to help us scaffold some config.
Very cool. I'm actually thinking about looking into generators for, well, I don't want to spoil anything, but I'm going to be looking into generators potentially
Yeah.
in this near future. Okay.
So now you could do NX console and then generate if you like NX generates down there.
Okay.
I think it didn't have. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, we can click on generate on the right hand side.
Um, I'm not seeing you.
The
Oh,
top
just
the
that.
top option. Yeah, yeah,
Got it.
exactly. And now if you can see there's one called setup Verdasio.
Okay. Wow. Wild.
Yeah. And then you'll get a UI for controlling the inputs to the generator.
Here,
Um,
I'm gonna commit really quick.
yeah, sure.
Just because it scared me.
Yeah.
So here we go. Add NX.js. Okay,
The
whoops.
reason the reason we had to add a plugin, by the way, is because NX's core is actually language agnostic. Now we do provide an awful lot of like smart stuff for JavaScript out of the box because our user base is predominantly JavaScript developers, but it's not exclusively JavaScript developers. And the way that you teach the NX's agnostic core how to do things is by giving it plugins, because the NX core deals with kind of hashing things, reading your workspace, building graphs out of your projects and your tasks, but it doesn't know what those tasks do. It only knows how to build graphs and invoke
Hmm.
things. And then it's actually the plugins that provide the meaning for the invocation of those targets. So if we
Hmm.
want to build a Vite project or we want to run Jest or VTest or something, it's the Jest plugin or the VTest plugin that lets NX know how to run that thing.
Hmm.
So that's the same thing here with Verdasio is a thing from the JavaScript ecosystem. Made sense to put it in the JS package.
Hmm.
So here we're going to be running a generator. So we get this UI from NX, and if this had some options, we would see a like a literal form in here that's like inputs relative to like drop downs and checkboxes and stuff for Boolean inputs. In this
Hmm.
case, setup Verdasio has no options, so there's nothing to see here. So we can just hit generate, and it will do its thing. So it's going to add a Verdasio config. It's going to add a project JSON at the root, and it's going to install Verdasio for us as well. So the project JSON basically just it lets NX know that the root package JSON is actually a node on the graph. This is a project now, as far as NX is concerned,
Hmm.
and it's setting up a target for us in order to invoke Verdasio, in order to run Verdasio for us. And as you can see, the thing it's done as well is add Verdasio. The included scripts in there, being an empty array,
Hmm.
basically tells NX, hey, even though this is a project, don't run my npm scripts at this level. So like if you were to run, I don't know what npm scripts you have at this top level package JSON, but if
Hmm.
you yeah, if you were to run NX type check or something, it basically stops NX from discovering these scripts specifically. We usually do that if we're turning the root package JSON into a project on the graph. It's usually safer to assume we don't want to invoke these scripts and leave these out of the picture. That's why that's an empty array.
Hmm.
If you
Okay.
removed that empty array, NX would inherit all of your npm scripts in that package JSON automatically, which may be what you want sometimes, but
Hmm.
often it's not when it comes to the root package JSON. So that's why the
Got it.
empty array was added as well.
Okay. And then the config for
Yeah, this is a Verdasio
Verdasio.
specific config, just with kind of stuff we know works well. Don't ask me to explain this line by line because I
Yeah,
can't.
sure.
Um,
That's interesting.
but essentially, this now gives us a way to say NX local registry, like NX local dash registry, or we can invoke it via NX console here.
Yeah, cool. Okay,
Um,
so if I do it from the terminal though, oh,
yeah,
what's going on here?
you can just press any key to close that. That's the output of that terminal that was
Oh,
spawned
I
to
see.
create
That makes
create the
sense.
generator stuff. Yeah.
So if I do NX local registry or click this.
I actually can't see because of the Zoom
Oh,
UI. My full screen is not full screening very well.
there we
I
go.
think it's because
So
people are messaging me. I'm just going to put do not disturb on because I'm getting notifications.
yeah,
Cool. Yeah,
that's a
exactly. NX local registry. Exactly. Yeah.
which is the same as just hitting play
Yep.
on this. Okay, cool. Let's see what happens. Okay, so now that is up and running, and I
Yep.
can switch to this. And
Yep.
now, based on this, I gather that with this uplink, if we don't have it in our local registry, it will just go to the public.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. It's
Very
not going to
interesting.
forward on any publishing you do, but for reading, it's going to pull down from the NPM registry as a source of truth.
Awesome.
So
So now
you
we
can even
can
click on
publish
like the
safely.
48. Yeah, you can click on the 4873 and see that it's like a web app that's like an
Ooh,
equivalent of NPM. So yeah, your packages will show up here in a second when we publish them.
very fun. Okay, good stuff. So let's now, yeah, what do I do next? I don't know what to do next.
So technically, you are already ready to use NX release because it does actually work with zero config. So if you, yeah, exactly, you're way ahead of me. Dry running is the way to go. So dash dash dry run. So as you can see here, it's going to discover all of your non-app projects. So if you haven't specified that an app is an application in with its project type in its project JSON, which I don't think you have project JSON. So by default, it's going to assume that anything with a package JSON is a library.
Hmm.
Um,
I've got one project JSON for the workshop app, the thing that we
oh, you
publish.
do have one for the
The other
website.
ones
Okay.
do not have a project
Okay,
JSON.
which is fine. So by default, it's going to assume these are all like libraries that it can look at.
Hmm.
Now, in your case, you can see it says resolve the current version as undefined. So I'm guessing you don't have a version field in that solution one. So it's kind of deeply discovered all your package JSON files.
Hmm.
So this is obviously not what we want in your case. Like zero config is not appropriate for this repo because we've got an awful lot of stuff we don't want to pick up. But if you have
Yes.
a simple like open source repo where you've got three packages, they're package JSONs, they live in packages. That's why we have like the zero config that's possible. So
Gotcha.
because we want to tailor this down, let's go into the NX JSON and set up some config for NX release.
Okay.
So we're just going to add a top level release property.
Okay.
Yeah. And then it's an object, and we're just going to give a property called projects, and it's an array. It's an
Can I
array
get
of
sorry to interrupt. Can I get like a schema on this thing or whatever so I get
yes, you can.
autocomplete?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
You know where
Um,
what that would be?
yeah, dollar schema, and then it's inside of no modules slash nx slash source slash nx dash schema dot json. Not
Okay.
at nx, just nx. Yeah. NX slash slash schemas. Sorry, it was there. It's
Yeah.
in the dedicated
There it
schemas
is.
folder. There you go. That one,
Yeah.
NX schema.json.
Okay, awesome. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, that's all good. So yeah, this is a an array of one or more patterns. So you can literally give the name of the project, or you can give a directory, for example, the packages directory, or you can give a tag, which we're not using tags yet, like an NX tag. But so the workshop app, we'd give it by name rather than, so we'd either give the parent directory that contains
Hmm.
multiple projects, or we'd give the name of the thing in its project. So we actually have a project JSON in that case.
Hmm.
So let's just make sure that the names match, because the project JSON will take precedence. So
Yes.
yeah, the name is different in there. So that's the name we'd want to. Oh no, so that was the root package JSON, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, you're right. Project JSON. There it
Yeah.
is. Okay.
Okay. I think that
That is
matches,
the
doesn't
same.
it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. So that's what we'd use in there. So now we're targeting just the one project for NX release.
Hmm.
And we can make that broader in like later when we're ready. But for now, if you were to rerun your NX release command, now it should only pick up on that one project.
One
So there we
mesh
go.
project. Sweet.
Exactly. So
Cool.
now by default, because we're just running this straight away, it's kind of in like an imperative versioning mode, if you like, where
Mhm.
you haven't told it a specifier, so it's going to ask you for one. So do you want a
Yeah.
minor bump, a major bump, whatever. So this is obviously appropriate for some people. This is very much how Learner is out of the box as well, for example.
Hmm.
But in our case, we've said we want to run based on conventional commits.
Yeah.
So that's another option that we can enable in the NX JSON. So if we don't want this imperative versioning, by the way, you can always override conventional commits with NX release. So if you knew you wanted a specific next version that doesn't necessarily get reflected in your commits, if you pass dash dash specifier equals, it won't prompt you and it won't use conventional commits as the source of truth. It will just say, okay, I respect you.
So
let me do that.
you
So
said
if you say
specify?
minor here, or if you say 1.7.3 or whatever you want to do, anything semver keyword or semver version related, it will respect as your thing.
Mhm.
So
Love that. Yeah, that's awesome.
don't know why the
Okay,
daemon
so
had
how
a
do
problem then, but let's pretend that didn't happen.
Yeah, well, whatever. It's fine. We'll get to that.
Yeah.
So how do I enable the conventional commits then?
So if we add a version property here, because we're modifying the versioning phase or versioning step of the process, and then conventional commits, as you can see, it's auto completing for you. Conventional commits true. So that's all you need to do.
Super. Okay.
So
So
now if
then,
you get rid of your specifier, now you'll see that we've read the data, we've resolved the current version from your existing tag that you had, and there's been no
mm,
relevant commits since that tag to
mm,
do a version based on.
yes, that makes sense. So does it, it looks like it looked that up from the Git tag. Does it also go to NPM to find out what version is on NPM?
So that's an alternative approach. So we have the concept of a current version resolver, and
Mhm.
by default, the current version resolver is disk. So it will look at your package JSON files, and that's the source of truth.
Mm,
If you
mhm,
opt into conventional commits, that changes, and the default becomes your tags from Git.
mhm,
You have to use the tags when you're using conventional commits.
mhm.
If you're doing the imperative versioning, you can change your source of truth to not be disk, but instead be the registry. But you can't override it with conventional commits. We have it coupled together so that if you're using Git as your source of truth, you have to use Git as your source of truth.
Yeah, I like that.
That's the way we've done it.
Yeah. So if I do a manual release and I don't tag it, um, okay, let's say, so my current version is 265. If I do a manual release and it's 2.60.6, but I don't tag it, then I could get into a situation where it's trying to publish
Yeah.
2.60.6. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just need to,
Exactly.
be responsible as an
Yeah.
adult.
I mean, as long as you always use NX release, it will do the tagging for you. So
Yeah.
it's only if you literally went rogue and did npm publish yourself manually, which obviously could
Yeah.
happen. But yeah, if you did that, yeah, you would end up creating a tag for a version you had already published before. Then when it came to the publishing step, you would end up saying, hey, the version already exists, so there's nothing I
Yes.
can do.
So how do I recover from that, given that I can't unpublish the rogue publish if I made that mistake?
Um, I guess you would remove the tag and apply the tag to the commit you actually published
Hmm.
to just tie off the scenario that you did.
Would
Because
would I
technically
be able
you did make a
to?
publish of that version.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Could I tag an existing commit? Like let's
Yeah.
say that I published without making any changes. I just tag that last published commit with the version that I rogue published, and then it would just be able to pick up from there.
Yeah, so I think you just in that case you just wouldn't run the version, sorry, the publish step. I mean, to be fair though, the way we've done it in NX release is if you publish over an existing version, it won't actually blow up on you. It will happily just say, "Hey, that already exists. There's nothing for me to do here." So you could
Mm,
actually safely rerun the whole process again, and
mm,
it would just say that it already exists, and it would move on to the next package and try and do that. And if that already exists, it would move on to the next package.
hmm.
So yeah, there shouldn't be too much of an issue in that scenario, I don't think.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, we don't
but
have to dive too much further into that. I just won't do that. Okay. Cool. All right. This actually seems pretty good. So if I make a commit, that is something conventional, like let's say, um, fix, this is a test.
Yep.
Will this actually, because I'm publishing to the local registry, if I run NX release, we don't have it set up to do the change log on GitHub, right? So
No,
what?
no, it won't do that by default. It will only create a local changelog file for you by default.
Okay. Well, let's
And
just
we're
try
we're
that.
in dry run right now anyway, so it's not going to do any. It's not going to publish to Vidasio even. It's not going to create anything on disk because it's in dry
Oh,
run
right,
mode.
right, right. Yeah, that's true. Okay. So,
Okay,
uh,
so I, th- I mean, you committed with fix. This is a test. Um,
is it maybe because this commit didn't include any changes in that
that's
directory?
yes, I think so because this specific project was unaffected. Um,
Okay, so let's try this again. Okay. I actually
yeah.
think that's pretty cool. Yeah, that is yeah, I like that. Um yeah,
So
neat.
now because we've run NX release, we updated the lock file update does happen automatically because if you're doing npm workspaces or yarn workspaces, whatever, often that will necessitate a lock file update to update your references locally.
Oh,
That's why
that
you
makes
see that
sense.
message. You can disable that behavior, but it does it by default.
Mm,
And then, as you can see, what it's going to do as well is it's going to stage the changes that it made, so that that package JSON would be staged, ready to commit as part of the overall release process. Um, I do not understand why this daemon log keeps happening. Can we try running
yeah.
reset just in case? It could be something to do with
Is it-
reset. Sorry.
Oh,
Just that will just like kill the cache locally, restart the daemon.
hmm.
It's very weird. I mean, we installed NX console and we installed the JS plugin while we were working. That's why I was kind of hoping that maybe it was something to do with the fact we'd done all those things while we were running.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hang on. I wonder if we have the local registry running inside of NX console. I wonder if that's
Mm.
related. So
You want me to turn that off?
maybe yes, and then we can maybe try running it manually. Oh no, you did actually run it. Yeah, because that spinner with that looked
Yeah,
like a
that was
built-in.
run from the console.
Okay.
What is it called again? Local.
Local registry. Maybe let's just try running NX release without it running, just in case that was
Yeah,
somehow
sure.
messing things. I don't understand how that could be the case. No, it's not the case.
Here, we'll try reset again and oh, hold on.
No, I mean I haven't ever seen this before at the end of a command like this, so
Hmm.
that's novel. It's clearly just doing the same thing every time. So normally what it would do at this point is it would get to the changelog generation as the next
Hmm.
step, and something is blowing up while we're trying to do that. So what if you don't mind, what we'll do is we'll set an environment variable in front of the command, which is
Yes.
nx, like all caps, nx underscore daemon, DAEMON equals false. And so we will be running without the daemon involved now, forcibly. So I don't know why something's going wrong with the daemon, but that's always an escape hatch if something did go wrong with the daemon. I can't really speak to what's happening here. I will report this internally
Hmm.
because I haven't seen that before with NX release with any involvement with the daemon. It might be something to do with this SWC resolution, perhaps.
Hmm.
You can see it's falling back to TS node. So sometimes when with people who have more of like a fully featured setup with different plugins and stuff, they'll have SWC installed, and maybe because I have seen an issue recently where we decided we're going to prefer TS Node from now on, even though SWC is like super fast and whatever, it does a load of funky stuff when it comes to module resolution. And we've seen too many subtle issues with people. So we're going to go back to preferring TS Node. So maybe what we're seeing there is the manifestation of that issue related to SWC. Maybe that's the reason why we're going to TS Node. I'm afraid I didn't
Yeah.
personally work on that issue, but
Well, maybe you could mention also the option of using TSX. That's what I use for the
okay.
same problem. And I
Okay.
have had exactly zero problems with TSX. It's very quite good. It uses ESBuild instead
Okay.
of TypeScript for, just getting rid of all the types.
Okay, sweet.
It's
Thank you.
very good.
So yeah, for now
But
we'll just pretend that doesn't happen, and
that's
the
fine.
NX daemon false will carry us through. So now you can see that the changelog command did actually run.
So where did it
It's
get? I guess it got this from the author.
exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
So you can disable the fact it resolves your GitHub handle if it can as well, so that when you actually create the GitHub release, you get tagged in it and you show up as a contributor down the bottom, which is kind of nice. You
That's
can
neat.
disable that if you want, but that's the default is just that kind of nice thank you section.
Yeah, I like that.
Um,
If this, well, maybe I'll keep it. People might
yeah.
contribute. That'd be nice.
Yeah. If you didn't like the changelog output at all, we actually provide a hook where you can provide your own custom changelog renderer, and you
Hmm.
can fully take the raw commits and format them however you want. We'll just invoke your renderer for you. So
That's very cool. If I
um,
cared enough, then I would do that.
yeah, I think they look pretty good in general. You can have a look at some of the more like the NX ones on the NX repo, whatever. They're a bit more fully
Fancy.
like filled out, but yeah. So I think they look pretty cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, now we've seen how we would stage the changes, we would commit those changes, and we would tag those changes. If you
Mhm.
run that exact same command again, but with dash dash verbose, you can actually see the actual Git commands that we will be scaffolding in the background. So you can see Git add changelog MD is there, Git commit with the exact message we'll be passing in there, the tag command that we're running. So if you ever wanted to see a bit more detail behind those things,
Mhm.
The verbose
And
flag is quite useful.
but this would not happen if I have it doing the GitHub release notes. It, because there's no need to commit the changelog, right?
So you can choose if you want the changelog file. And so by default, we will create a changelog file. If you don't want the changelog file, you have to disable the changelog file. If you
Hmm.
want the GitHub release, you opt into the GitHub release. They're kind of two different decisions. It's the same
Yeah.
content for the workspace level changelog, but they're two separate decisions. If you like, for example, on the NX repo, we don't have a changelog file. We just use GitHub releases, but on Angular ESLint, TypeScript ESLint, I use both a GitHub release and a changelog file. So for this one, we set workspace changelog for that workspace level one. Then that's an object.
Oh,
Oh, if you can't disable it completely because this is also where we represent the GitHub release. So in
yeah,
here, you would say file false
got it.
and then create release GitHub.
Very cool.
Right now,
Okay,
it's only
now,
GitHub that we support, but we'll add GitLab at some point as well.
sure. Now with if I do a dry run, this is still not going to actually create it on GitHub,
No,
right?
no.
Yeah.
But this time you'll see a preview of the URL that would be created for you on GitHub. If you scroll up a bit, you'll see
Yeah.
that is the GitHub release. That is where it would live if we'd actually done this for you.
And then here it does still say that it's going to do a commit. I don't
So
know why that.
It's going to commit your package JSON change that we made.
I see.
So yeah, this
Um,
time you can see this time there's no staging of a changelog file though, but the
mhm.
commit needs to happen nonetheless, but there's no staging of a changelog file anymore.
Yeah, interesting. So with semantic release, my package JSON always remains as just version semantic released. That does cause confusion for some people when they're looking at the source and they're like, what the heck is this? I don't see what the version is.
Mhm.
And so I can understand why people might want to have the version bump be committed to the source. But one thing that I like about this is that when I commit and push, I don't have to do a poll the next time I want to make a change. And
Yep.
so if I understand it correctly, every time I push, if it results in a release, I'll have to do a poll before I make another change.
By default,
Yeah.
yes, that's how it works. So we version your source files. However, we do support versioning your dist files as well. So
Oh,
we can give you the same benefits because that's actually what we do on the NX repo. We version our
hmm.
dist file. So for a release, we have no commit associated with that release.
Yes. Okay,
So
let's
it's
do
just a
that.
bit more involved. It's just a bit more involved with the configuration. That's all because it's not the most common setup.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do in here is we're going to say in version, we're going to be setting the generator options. So behind the scenes, version is actually powered by an NX generator.
Hmm.
For the conventional commits case, it's so common that we took the two generator options you need to set and turned them into one shorthand. So that's why I only exposed you to that initially.
Hmm.
But technically, we were setting generator options behind the scenes. For the case where we're setting this like dist stuff, we have to actually go in and set the generator options. So
Hmm.
here we're going to say package root. The generator options, I'm afraid, are not they're not provided by the schema because one of the powerful features of NX release is that you can swap out the version generator entirely. So that's how we allow, for example, you to do Rust crates or you can do NuGet packages or whatever. And again, this is us providing the nice experience for JS out of the box, but technically you can override it. So we actually default the generator to be the NXJS generator we created in that NXJS plugin.
Hmm.
But you could swap out the whole generator, and each generator options is specific to the generator implementations. So that's why, unfortunately, we can't provide autocomplete in here because you could be using any generator.
Yeah, I see.
So it's just a limitation of JSON schema that we can't like dynamically provide that for you.
Hmm.
So because we don't even have that, and because I don't
Yeah,
have enough
that's
brain
okay.
cells to have everything, I'm actually going to look up the config just to make sure I get it correct.
Yeah, that's fine.
So yeah, that's correct. So basically, where is your dist location? Where are you going to build
Uh,
these to, and where's the package
so
JSON going to live?
yeah, sorry, I also want to have this open as well. Here we go. Yeah, so where this gets packaged up is I pretty much put everything or like those are the files that get
Okay,
distributed.
okay. So because you don't, so what we do on the NX repo is we actually build to a common dist location for all the projects. We have a dist folder at the root, and we build all the projects, and they output their files into the dist location. So we kind of have like a dist tree almost. And so you don't have that, which is fine, but it means that we need to create almost a fake build process which just copies the files that you want to be published into a non-tracked location so that we can version that location. One of the things I don't really like about semantic versioning semantic release tool and Lerna's default approach is that they do that transformation in memory of your package and then publish it. And the thing that they published is nowhere to be found on disk anywhere. So if something goes wrong, you have nowhere to go to look it up. It happened in memory somewhere. They manipulated something. So one of the limits, like a constraint we placed on NX release was you're always publishing something that exists somewhere. And so maybe it's your source files, maybe it's your dist files, but you can always go and have a look at the thing that you published if something goes wrong or whatever. So in your case, we don't want to transform anything. We're just going to copy them into some kind of centralized dist folder or build folder or publish folder or something like that. So we'll need some kind of root level script, I guess, that will just do that for us.
Yeah, that's fine. Before we do that, I just noticed something that is confusing me. I want to figure this out. So I'm saying my binary is in /bin, but then my files don't include that directory. And so I'm very confused as to how this works. Like how it could possibly work at all. So if you just bear with me really quick, because I think this will be relevant.
Maybe bin is special case or something.
Yeah, just want to look at the code that is distributed. Yeah, it is there. That is so strange. You're probably right. Bin must be a special case. This would be something I'd go to talk to ChatGPT about. Probably, but yeah, we'll just move on with the assumption that bin is a special case. That is very surprising. In fact, it's so surprising I don't like it. So we're gonna say
fair
bin.
enough. Yeah.
There we go. Okay. So great. So what we need to do then is I need to take bin or I wonder if we can do this more dynamically and say, look up the package.json, take everything that's in the files and move all of those into or copy those into this publish directory. This is get ignored, and then we'll publish that. And also we'll want to include the other things that they include by default, like license and package.json and README, I guess.
Oh, do they include those by default? I thought they were only included if you had them in your whitelist of files.
I believe I don't know about license. Looks like that isn't published, but that's from the root.
Okay.
I think if you have a license MD in the root, they will copy that as well.
Okay.
But certainly the package.json and the README will go over. So where's the? I guess especially considering that we'll want to do this for future packages that we do as well. Does this make sense to put this in some like root level directory or
script? I think so. Like often like a scripts directory or tools directory or something like that would be quite common. So anything like that, I think it makes sense because that's also where I think we'll put our release script. So so some kind of scripts directory.
I know I've been criticized for making directories called other, but I just have so many other files that I do other. We could do miscellaneous as well, I guess. But let's do pre-package or
prepare is often used as a
prepare, publish. Yeah, whatever. That works.
Yeah.
Can I do a TS file? I could use TSX probably.
If we invoke it with TSX, Otherwise, I often just
use I'm the one calling it.
TS node comment, like TS check comment. I mean, I often do that for these scripts. But yeah, it's up to you if you want to invoke it with a tool that can invoke it with TypeScript.
Yeah, because I'm the one who's going to call it, and I guess I would have a like something that I can run before this, or would we switch to the programmatic API?
Exactly. So I think this is the point where we'd switch to the programmatic API because then we can just do an exec sync on the script.
Yeah, so I'm gonna make the release file here, and
to bootstrap this file, I would just copy the example from the docs. It's like a really good starting point for that.
Yeah.
Well, we don't actually need that process exit 0 at the bottom anymore. We used to need that to just forcibly make sure the daemon exited. We don't actually need that anymore.
I think ESLint is not properly configured for the root, which is stupid.
Okay.
Um, uh, oh, yeah, it looks like I didn't configure much at all.
Yeah.
Whoops.
We could maybe just stick it in an ESLint ignore for now and just punt on it and come back
Yes.
to it.
Yep, let's do that. No offense. I know that you have done a lot with that.
Honestly, there's like an inverse correlation between the amount of hours spent on linting concerns and the amount of Fs I give about linting results. It's
Yes.
just like a linter is just a tool. Like I don't understand people getting very angry at their linters for the
Mm.
feedback that the linters give them. Like you have control over how much
Yeah,
you tell the linter
that's
to tell
true.
you back.
Yeah, why are you
Um,
complaining about this? Just
yeah,
go into your config and turn that off.
yeah, yeah.
That's funny. Okay, well, I think we
People
need
like to
yards here.
blindly extend from like community configs and stuff, and then they get very irrationally angry at the linter instead of the community config they've extended from.
Yes, yes.
I have very minimal linting configs myself. I like just yeah. TypeScript is a linter fundamentally. Like that's what it does for you. So I
Mm,
like to lean on TypeScript a lot, and I like to lean
mhm.
on linting a bit.
Yes.
And
Yep.
Prettier does my formatting, and I'm happy.
Yep. Yep. I'm right with you. Okay, great. So we've got
So Yargs is not related to NX release in any way. The only reason why is just often you will have a good amount of arguments to pass into this release script. And
oh,
so
whoops.
it's just a way of passing those arguments. So we don't have to use Yargs here. We could use processed arg and manually do it if we wanted to, but Yargs is just obviously a very common way to do it in Node scripts. So
Yeah, I like Yargs. If you hadn't had that already, I probably would have just not bothered.
yeah, it
Um,
seems like
but
oh, we don't have it installed. Okay. I mean,
yeah.
it should be in the workspace because NX depends on Yargs itself for its own
Mm.
CLI. So maybe this
We're
is a
not
types
adding
issue that we're
anything.
missing at types Yargs or something.
Mm, that's probably what's
If
going
that's a
on.
thing, I can't remember if it ships with its own types or not, but it doesn't seem like it does. Maybe.
There we go. Okay, I think we're good.
Cool.
Okay, great. So we have version, dry run, verbose. Um, yep,
So if you
there you go.
notice, I set dry run to true by default in this release script, so we just
Mm,
we don't have that risk of remembering. So in this case, we would pass dash dash dry run equals false or dash d
mm.
equals false if we want to do a real one. So we can just happily invoke the release script and it will be dry run.
Oh, that's nice. Okay, great. So let's run that really quick then.
So let's just double check on everything we got in here. Yeah, that looks fine.
I'm gonna grab TSX. I think I've got that in the project somewhere anyway.
Okay.
I have a fancy thing that allows me to run things that are in node modules without running npx first, just for folks watching. It's not globally installed.
Okay.
But yeah, so TSX other release and Yarg's version is not a function. Oh well, I thought it was. Dang it. My guess is maybe a version problem. No, that seems like it's all been deduped to the same version at least. Wonder. Um,
Sorry, I looked away for a sec. What happened?
yeah, so we've got a an error somewhere. I've got too many things open right here. It's saying yargs.version is not a function.
Oh, I think I have seen this with a types mismatch before. Are you?
Hmm. Here, let's just
I
console
can't.
log, see what yargs is. If it's not that, then what is it?
I have.
Um, oh, it's a function. It has a default property. Yeah, I hate this so much.
Yeah, I guess part of this depends on how TSX is applying your tsconfig by default and
Yeah,
stuff
that's
as well.
also true. Maybe I've got, oh, that's interesting. My root level tsconfig doesn't actually account for any of these files.
Okay. I mean,
Oh,
this is a type error, so this is actually at runtime. This is throwing, right? So
yes.
that suggests that we do have some weird mismatch of a version of Yargs, which is pretty surprising. I mean, it must be something to do
Yeah.
with that default import. I think it must be maybe it's I can't remember. Did you try Yargs, import Yargs from Yargs?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Let me just try making this, like a simple tsconfig.
Yeah. I'm just going to
Uh,
grab some water. I'll be back in a sec.
yeah, sure. This is stupid stuff we have to do. Okay, here we go. So now let's try this. So now with that tsconfig, this is not happy about that. So if I say yargs from yargs, yeah, it's not happy about
It's
that
possible
either.
that's a type only issue now, though. We can always TS ignore that if that's just a type only issue.
Yeah.
No, it is not a type only issue. Okay.
So here it's saying it's an anonymous function. Um, and it doesn't have any properties. Um,
This is
I
bizarre. And you're saying this was the same version that's being used behind the scenes in NX, right?
yeah, this I just literally copied um
But as in you
that.
did like an npm ls and you saw it was the same.
Oh, yeah, everything was resolved to the same yargs. And the types package is also a 17 dot package as well. So
Okay.
yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Huh.
Yeah, kind of odd. Maybe we just go to process argv if we can't figure it out in the next.
Can we try a require statement in there?
Sure. Uh, hmm.
Just in case that looks like a const yargs equals require yargs. That'd be super weird if this worked, but
Yeah.
oh, that's the reason why this is breaking.
Yes,
Yeah,
we're in a.
I don't think yargs works with ES modules.
Oh, it ES modules can import common JS modules without issue. Well, clearly not, I guess. But
But
here
maybe
it's
we need like an await import yargs instead.
no, that would be the inverse. Like if you're in a common JS and you need to get an ESM module, you'd use
Okay.
await import. So we're okay from native ESM.
Okay. I literally never use ESM because of this exact reason, because I don't like to spend any time on these kind of pain points that I don't
Yeah,
understand very well.
this is actually what's interesting is that typically if you're in a native ESM, it's life is easier normally.
Right.
It's unless the package was published such that they're using a faux ESM
Right.
thing, and that might be what the situation here is.
Yeah.
What's confusing to me though is that I'm importing, I am getting the default property off of this, and it's saying it's a function anonymous, and it does not have a version on it at all.
Mhm.
So I wonder, oh, I hate this. I don't want to go to the types directory. I want to go to it. How do I go to it? Go to definition. There we go. No, not.
I wonder if we need to make this release an MTS file. Um,
Yeah, maybe. Hold on. Source definition. That's I always want to go to source definition. So they do release a MJS, a native ESM version, um, but it looks like it's a Yarg result of a Yargs factory, which I guess is a function. So what happens if we call this? So now, huh? It's a Yargs instance, which maybe has a version. Yeah, I think it does. Yeah, I think that's what's going on. We need to call this.
okay.
There we go. Okay, we fixed it.
Okay.
There, actually, we'll just have that watch. Yeah, why not? So,
Let's
glad we worked
set
that out.
process m nx daemon equals false just because we don't want
Ah,
that
yes.
annoying error. Again, that shouldn't be happening. I will investigate why that is happening.
Uh,
Yeah.
eh,
Be a string of false, yeah.
There we go.
Sweet.
Okay.
And
Whoa. What is
uh,
this?
there's a Prettier MJS error. So when NX generators run, if you have Prettier installed, if we're generating files for you, we'll automatically install Prettier. Sorry, run Prettier for you if you have it already.
Mm-hmm.
So again, I think we're into an ESM thing here where Flow
Oh.
MJS is being invoked in some funky way.
Mm.
Um,
Okay.
hmm.
Well, maybe we just change this to a dot CTS. Is that a thing? Maybe?
I think so. I think it's a thing. Yeah. Again, I'm afraid I haven't used any of this stuff because I just don't want to deal with these random things. I need to educate myself on them.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, top
top
level
level
awaits
weight's
not.
not.
See,
Yeah. Okay.
this is the world. We're going back to the dark ages when we
Exactly.
used to
Yeah.
have to do this stuff.
Yeah. So far, none of what we've dealt with has anything to do with NX release as well. That's the funny thing. That's why I just don't deal with these things because it just always just like just adds this rabbit hole that you go down.
Oh, rats. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what we can do about this. Because again, it's just it's really at the periphery of my knowledge of like these module resolutions and stuff.
Yeah. Oh,
Um,
that's too bad.
I mean, the easiest way, like TypeScript's not doing anything crazy for us when we're in a TS file. So maybe we could make it a JS file and use at
Hmm.
TS check, because honestly, that still gives us the autocomplete and it still gives us the schemas and stuff for these functions. Um, Although that's probably not going to help us in any way, is it? Because it's still behind the scenes. We're going to be invoking um, Prettier, and Prettier's ESM stuff
Yeah,
is still going to be a bit funky, I think. So
very
this probably won't
possibly.
help us.
But we will see. Um, I'm not sure what this is gonna result in. Well, I mean, at least it got past. That is interesting. Okay, let's
Restarting others release. Yes. What is?
um bound default. Okay. Not enough arguments. So maybe now. No, okay. You gotta call that thing. So I'm gonna say it.
Maybe it
We
needs to
need
take in
to call that.
procef.arg as an
Oh,
argument.
yeah, I think that would make sense.
I feel like that's the old API of. I think that was the issue. I think
Yeah,
that's the thing. I think that's the old API of Yargs for some reason. But anyway, yeah, I
yeah.
don't know if there's a way we can start. I mean, I don't think this is causing any problems. It's just ugly as hell. I need
Yeah.
to let me just note this down as something to take away of like using NX release programmatically in a MJS context.
If I switch to this to CommonJS, I wonder if that would fix that. Where are we? There it is. Oh, yeah, that actually is surprising. Well, okay then.
Yeah, so we don't have any changed files to commit, and it's trying to clearly import some MJS stuff from Prettier that's not working very well. I'm
Mm,
afraid, yeah, just I'll have to dig into this use case a bit more
okay.
and see. I mean we automatically run the format files if you have Prettier installed, which you clearly do. I don't think we don't have a way in NX release to not invoke those format files, but we can probably like it might be nice to have an escape hatch if this ever happens, if things like this
Yeah,
happen that you can just not format.
I'm gonna back
Um,
this up since we didn't make it any better.
yeah, that's
Um,
fair enough.
and um, I'm pretty sure we're good with just regular TS here as well. Um, and so let's just make sure that we're in a good place here. Oh, whoops. And did I undo my changes in the package JSON? I do not remember. Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
So then coming back here, try this again. Yeah, okay. That is fine. Okay, great. So we're back where we started, and here I
Yeah.
I don't mind jumping into the node modules and disabling this manually to get us unstuck if you can give me a direction where to turn this off.
Yeah, let's do that. Cool. So if we go into the NXJS, if we go into
I'm in release utils shared.
there's the stack trace of that error is actually not related to
Hmm.
the formatting blowing up strictly. So if you go into the NXJS package, so at NX
Okay.
inside of node modules,
All
yeah.
right. Okay.
JS, and then inside of source generators release version and release version JS.
Okay.
And then
Sorry,
there'll
and
be
by the
a
way,
function.
I scheduled this for an hour. I've got time.
Yeah,
If you
that's fine. I
have
have
time.
time as well.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Format files will be at the bottom somewhere. Yeah, that
Okay.
one. If you just comment that line out.
Okay. Okay. Good.
Cool. So now we're getting an error that we don't have any changed files to commit, which is unexpected. Because all we did was, let me just double check what we've got in the programmatic API script. Because in theory, all we did was change from, we have options version as the specifier, but we're not setting the specifier, right? We're not passing any
Correct.
specifier argument in there. Version data and version should just be passed through from release version. So in theory, what we're doing here is identical to what we did on the
Mm-hmm.
command line. Can we just sanity check it and run nx release CLI again?
Yes.
Um, just to make sure that behavior is the same.
Uh, CLI.
Yeah, so just there's no, sorry,
Oh,
exactly how
oh,
we had
gotcha.
before.
I
Just
see what
just
you
yeah,
mean.
the nx release CLI. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
there's
so
something different happening.
that's very strange because it's like we do have files to update right now. We have the package JSON. So I guess if you just in the programmatic API output, do we have the package JSON change in there still? You just scroll
Uh,
up in the output.
yes. Right. Oh, you mean it down here? Yeah, in both of them.
Yeah, we have the so could we run it with verbose as well on the programmatic API one?
Yeah.
I wonder if dash dash watch is
Yeah, maybe. Here,
screwing with it
let's get rid
somehow.
of that. Hmm.
Okay, no, so we still have that issue. This time with verbose, we have
It didn't seem to share any more information with verbose. Maybe we're not passing those options. That very well could be. So that verbose is false. Huh, that's interesting.
does the argument forwarding with TSX require an extra dash dash
I don't
maybe?
think so, but it might. Huh, that is so strange. Um, maybe it's because we need to do that.
Arg, not n.
Or yeah,
Yeah.
here we go. Okay, and I think we need to get rid of that.
Okay.
Yeah, that was it. Huh.
Okay, cool.
Okay, that I'm not sure. Hold on a second.
That seems like the
Did
old
we
API
somehow get
of
an old
Yargs.
version of Yargs? No,
It is
this
weird,
is
isn't it?
latest.
Yeah. But I thought that was the old API for it, which is strange. Maybe not.
Huh.
I don't know how my one is working. If this is how you have to write it.
Yeah, okay, well good.
Very strange.
Let's proceed then. I'm still not seeing
So yeah,
anything.
it does say would stage files to the package JSON. So yeah, I do not understand why this is happening. So it could be something to do with maybe a change we've made to the programmatic API
Hmm.
recently. So when we landed 18, we made a couple of changes at the end. So it's possible that my example of the programmatic API is slightly outdated.
Okay.
And maybe a default behavior with the changelog command needs to be tweaked. So question is what? Let me just double check one thing on my side.
I'm guessing I could also look at the NX GitHub repo. and
Yeah.
see what your release script looks like.
Yep. Our release script is a little bit different, actually. We haven't updated the programmatic API yet. We're invoking the CLI in exec syncs because we had some
Hmm,
changes that we were making. Um,
I see.
so stage changes in release version. Is it true by default or is it false by default? We have some extra arguments in the programmatic API that we didn't have before. Could we try adding stage changes true in the version command?
And the version,
You can
yeah.
do it in the changelog one as well, but like particularly it was in the version one that I was curious about it. But it should be true by default in the changelog one, certainly. No, I mean we shouldn't see that log of like it wants to stage changes if it wasn't going to be staging changes anyway. So that was
Mm,
still confusing.
hmm So it's probably not
What
that.
what could be different about this? So somehow like the stack trace, if you look at that, it's coming from our shared Git utilities.
Hmm
Commit changes. So somehow when we are running commit in there, um, it oh, hang on. That implies that it's actually trying to run Git. If you just click on that stack trace, change files dot okay, no, change files dot length. We're not actually trying to run Git at that point.
Mm.
But we're not checking for dry run
Well,
when we got
we're passing dry run to the
yeah.
actual thing, so
But this committing of changes is coming through. Oh, hang on. It's because we're no longer, I think it's because we're no longer generating a workspace change log. Although why didn't it error with the CLI though? That's what's confusing. Can we just go back to your NXJSON and
yes.
remove the file false for a sec?
Yeah.
Because then
I
we'd go
can
back
do that.
to like creating a change log at the root.
Hmm
Yeah, so that's working now. So now you can see it's done a dry run of publish as well.
Very cool.
Um, okay, so that seems to be a bug with the programmatic API that if we've said file false, we need to disable the Git logic accordingly. And we're not
Mm.
doing that with the programmatic API right now. We're handling it with NX release CLI. We're not handling it. So let me write that down. We
Yeah,
can
yeah.
work around this. So if you do file
Okay.
false and then you go back to the programmatic API, commit, disable commit when file false by default. Cool. So then yeah, if you come into the if you do git commit false, because we have nothing to commit in there. In general, we have nothing to commit. There you go. Now it's working. So yeah, we just
Very
need to
cool.
invert that default when we're doing no root level changelog thing, which we clearly already handled in our release. We didn't
Yeah.
provide it in our. I mean, to be fair, this is an example script that we're modifying. So
hmm
technically, that it's not really like a. I mean, it's halfway between a fix and just documentation.
Documentation. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So yeah, we obviously the end game of this, we're not actually committing anything. So that doing
Mm.
git commit false makes sense anyway. So we could also pass git commit false into version if we wanted to. In
Yes.
publishing, it's never going to commit anything, but
Yeah, that makes
yeah.
sense.
But by default, versioning doesn't commit. By default, versioning only stages ready to then be committed in the changelog step. But for example, you can toggle it on to commit if you didn't want a changelog step and you only wanted a version files.
Mm.
But yeah, but in our case,
Okay.
we don't want to commit in either step, so that's fine.
So
Cool.
at this point, I find kind of interesting is here the version is this 0.0.0
Yep.
semantically released because we
because it's because disk is the source of truth. So we didn't actually finish off changing your NXJSON to point at a different location.
hmm
And because it's a dry run, disk still says
ah
0.0.0. So
that makes sense.
that's the thing that we can make a bit nicer so it's not confusing for folks. We could maybe obfuscate the version because the dry run of publish will never say the correct version because
Yeah.
this is the real output of the npm CLI running on a file on disk. So we
Yes.
can maybe like just sort of like say like black it out or something like that. I don't know. I did
Yeah,
think about
that's
that before. It's just
interesting.
a bit confusing.
Um yeah, there are options there, but that totally makes sense why that's happening.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So at this point, then, once we have determined the version,
hmm
then I think even do we do our move of files over here at this point at that stage, or should we do it even before
Before
we
the
do
versioning step. Yeah, we need to
yeah.
put them in the right location, and then we tell NX where to look for the file for the package JSONs and stuff.
Okay,
So
so move let's see.
I guess it'd
Read
be a copy rather than a move. We'd be
or yeah,
copying
copy
the
read
packages.
um and package JSON and packet the files mentioned in the package
Mhm.
JSON files property to a publish folder. Um, yeah, and let's say I'm prompting the AI right now.
Mhm.
So make the or for the project in packages slash workshop app. All right, and now AI, what are we gonna do? I don't know, const. Yeah, there we go. All right, let's do this. What now? What are we doing now? Come on. Oh, fine. All right. Right. Make the comment happen. This is a really bad prompt. We'll see if
I
that
never
happens.
actually use that additional UI. Either it gives me something good with the comment, or I just give up on it. But yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, that totally didn't do a single thing.
No.
Okay. All right. Let's just do this. Where are you? Okay, I gotta get rid of this. There we go. Okay. That's probably pretty good. We'll fix it. All right, so our workshop app. Yeah, we don't have dir name. We're in native ESM because we hate life. Just
I
kidding.
think didn't they add something recently in a recent version of
Yeah,
Node
it's like
equivalent?
import.meta dot
Yeah.
something.
But it's
Yeah,
only
there.
in I think the latest version of Node, I think, maybe
Yeah,
21 or
yeah.
something.
Um, eh,
All these ESM related frictions that we've
yeah,
encountered. This is
it's
just
true.
further confirmation for my
Yeah.
existing bias that I should never touch ESM. I should
Well,
live
this
like a dinosaur.
this is another one of those things where it's like there's a nice way to do this, but I'm so used to the old way to do it that like
Yeah.
I don't know how to do this anymore.
Yeah.
Variable in a native ESM module here because I can't remember how to do it, but the AI does, so
Yeah.
that's good enough for me. Okay, sweet. So, um, yeah, that whatever. Organize the thank you. Okay, so we've got our dir name. Now we're in packages, and actually, we need to go up a directory. There we go. And then I
Let's
think
do this like this for now, but there is a way we can improve this further and use the NXJSON's project's config as the source of truth because we have a utility we can stitch together for that. But let's do it
okay.
imperatively for now. But then it just means at least you've got one source of truth for what packages you care about.
Yes, okay. So we'll put this in publish um workshop app. Yeah, that makes sense. So you'd have your packages directory, and then next to that you have your publish directory, and we'll put that in our git ignore.
Yep.
So publish. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. And then we find the package JSON, we read it, we determine the files to copy for all of those. I mean, that's probably okay. I wonder if I change
Yep.
this to FS. Oh no, they did give me FS Extra. Thank you, ChatGPT or Copilot or both. So that's good.
Could probably just comment out the NX release stuff for now while we test this out, I guess.
Yeah,
Although actually you had a whole separate script for it originally, didn't you? But we can include it in the release script. It doesn't make any difference.
yeah. Okay, so oh, that's right, I did. I forgot about that. Um, yeah, so we'll do. I think the other thing it's not doing is copying the package JSON and the README. So files to copy, we're gonna do oh, because files could be undefined. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. Huh. Yep, there we go. README and package JSON. Sweet. Hey, that's neat. If this works, I'll be happy.
Yep.
Um, there we go. And where's our publish? There it is. We got workshop app. Here's my bin. Here's my build, my public, all that stuff. Look at that.
Sweet.
Man, AI rocks. See, I know how to do all this. Look, I could do every little piece of this,
Exactly.
no
Yeah.
problem, but I didn't have to. And that is why AI is amazing.
Yeah.
Um, and if I wanted to, I could say convert this to Python. I don't know.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
So that's awesome. Okay. Great. So then from here, we just need to tell NX
Yeah.
to publish the
So now
publish
we
directory.
need to update our NX JSON to configure NX to not look at our source by default. So
Now,
this
would
is
there
where we're
be a way to move this config just to that release script so I don't have to have it in two places?
not all of it, I'm afraid. So
Okay,
we don't have like a one-to-one mapping between arguments for the programmatic API and config.
got it. That's
Um,
fine.
yeah, it's maybe a gap we can close as we move forwards. But yeah, right now there's certain things you can do in config, certain things you can do in CLI, certain things you can do in the programmatic API.
So is this
Um,
what I do here then?
no, so
Okay.
no, we still want that particular project. Oh, hang on. So yeah, we still want that particular project name, but we're going to be looking at the dist location, the published directory. So we're going to be configuring a generator option inside a version, sorry, inside the version object, there's a generator option. This is what we started doing, but we didn't finish it. So then package root camel case. And this is where we're going to point at our new location. Yeah, publish workshop app. So that
Uh,
should tell the versioning where to find the root of our projects that we've now moved into there.
okay. So
Um,
should I just do publish since we'll have
no, that's oh, hang on, I see what you mean. Yeah, I see what you mean. So NX has a special interpolatable value here where we can say project name, or we can say project we can say workspace root, project root, and project name. So in our case, because we can't do anything super funky in string manipulation wise, the easiest way to make this work is to have publish, then contain packages slash workshop app, because
Hmm.
that is the project root. And
Oh,
then
I
what we can
see.
do, what we can do is replace all of that with slash curly brace project root. So if you do a slash after publish, and then curly brace project root in camel case, and then a closing curly brace. So that value will then be interpolated for every project that matches the project's array. And we know that the project root is packages slash workshop app. So we just need to update your little script to move it into that location.
Hmm.
That's how we can make that dynamic.
Got it. Okay. So this really
So
helps me. Yeah.
the publishing step we also need to configure. So that's configured the release step to look at that location. So the publishing step also needs to be updated to look at that new location.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
So
That's correct now.
uh,
So for the publishing step, it's powered by what's called an executor in NX speak. So we
okay.
actually define that using a target default. So it's actually completely separate from releases. It just so happens to be invoked by releases. So in UC, yeah, you've got existing target defaults. So if you do NX release publish, and then you say options and set the same package root option that we had before. Yeah, exactly like that. And so
Got it.
that's a default for all. So that saves you having to go into every package JSON and add that property as a config. So now that target default will be inherited by anything that has an NX release published target. And by default, any package JSON has that target. We add it for you implicitly behind the scenes.
Okay. Cool. So that is still
So
working.
again,
I don't know
we'll
how
still
to.
get if you scroll up to the package JSON output in versioning, we can just check that that's correct.
Okay. And
And so you
that's
can see
been.
publish packages. Well,
Mhm.
yeah, so that's working correctly. Nice. So now you could even try a non-dry run, I would say. Now we're doing an
Mhm.
actual thing. It seems to be lined up correctly, and we're publishing. We can see localhost is 4873 is what we're doing, so that's correct. We're not going to publish out to the real world.
Yeah, I'm gonna just come in here and add. I want to commit stuff so that we don't end up in a funny
Yep.
place. Um, I don't want to commit the npmrc. Npmrc. Yeah, so that's off for right now. Um, that's interesting. So I have it commented out. So why?
So that's
And
actually a feature of the local registry that we do. So when you run that, it actually sets your user level npmrc to point at that registry. And then when you kill that process on exit, it removes that config again.
whoa.
So that you don't have to remember to do this fiddly bit with npmrc files.
Oh man. That's very interesting. Um,
So if
huh.
you kill that process and do an npm config registry, npm config get registry.
Is it get
Yeah, right.
regist?
No, just space. Like it's generic, like get, and then
Okay.
the property is called registry.
Holy smokes.
Okay, that works now. And then if you kill that process, hopefully it should. I knew that was
Oh
gonna. It was
no.
not gonna do it as soon as I said that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm afraid that didn't work. It's usually pretty reliable.
Yeah.
But obviously you can do npm config delete registry to just remove it
Oh, I
from your
just
npmrc as well.
I did it over here.
Okay, cool.
There we go. Okay, I'm gonna try it again though. See what happens. Okay, so yeah, it's updated in there. Then I kill it and it's gone. Yeah, okay. So normally it works.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That's very interesting. Okay.
Just super
Um,
useful for end-to-end testing workflows and things like that. So,
just have to
but yeah,
remember
yeah,
to if I kill the process incorrectly or something,
yeah.
like to make sure that I
Worst case scenario, it tries to publish to localhost and localhost isn't running and stuff. So it's like the downside is very small. Like it doesn't cost you anything. It's just,
yeah,
oh yeah, I have to clear that manually.
yeah. Okay. Um, okay, what changed in here? Oh, right, I added that file. That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
Um, Here, we're just gonna do this. I
And of
want to
course,
just
again, Vidasio has nothing to do with NX per se, just like Yargs was nothing to do with NX, but it's just like it's a tool we found to be useful. So we give you an easy way to scaffold it.
yeah,
And
that's actually kind of tough for you guys because you end up stitching a lot of
Mhm.
different tools together, and so people get angry at you, but
Yeah.
you're like, that's not us. Yeah, that's interesting.
That's one of the reasons why in Project Crystal, which is what we call the umbrella for this kind of launch week that we're doing, we're announcing some really cool things around just making NX even more transparent, like so that you see the tooling that we're like it's your tooling. We're just
Hmm.
helping you get there. And you're running the tooling with NX is this just wafer thin layer that adds caching and intelligence and stuff like that. But it's still your tooling. There's no like is you're not choosing NX to run the tooling per se. It's like that's a lot of the recent effort.
Hmm.
Partly
Hmm.
that's fighting misinformation because some folks love to peddle misinformation about what NX is doing and not doing, and
Uh,
like that it's very intense to configure and blah blah blah. But it's never an apples to apples comparison. Like the amount of tooling that NX sets up for you, it doesn't have to set it up for you. You can use NX Core and use it without plugins. Like you can still just stitch like you can handcraft as many CLI tools as you want and
hmm.
still run NX with it. But we have these plugins because we know how valuable it is in real world, particularly enterprise cases where
Hmm.
you want to actually be productive and build products and not spend forever troubleshooting Webpack builds and things like that.
Yes, I am with you.
But yeah,
I'm
it's
gonna.
we end up sometimes in conversations that because NX can do something, it's implied that NX has to do something, and it's just simply not the case.
Hmm.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
that.
victims of our own yeah, almost generosity in how many plugins we stitch together for you. Like
Yes.
then it being turned around and pointed as it's somehow a downside of NX is really nonsensical to me. But
Okay, so I just made the patches stuff more
okay.
official.
Yeah.
That way
Now
we
that
can
that one's an
actually.
interesting one. I need to look into Prettier with MJS and see why that's not loading correctly because that is very strange.
Um, I am confused. I thought I set the patch directory. Oh, it's not patchesdir, it's just patchdir. Okay. Um, I want
Yeah,
that.
patch package is a great one. I use that one every now and again.
Yeah, quite nice for um doing the weird things that I find myself doing all the time.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, great. So now I'm happy with these changes here. I need to convince or like get more used to using these better tools like this diff thing because I do the funniest things to handle these cases. Okay, cool. We do that. Oh, yeah. Yep. I want to delete that. And that looks like a good change.
Yep.
And yep. Okay, good. So how do we use this thing? Oh, hey, look. Let's have AI generate our commit message. Yep, that's definitely what I did, but not very helpful anyway. But
Yeah.
honestly, I don't think I'd write anything more helpful. So, except I want it to be a chore.
Yeah. It'd be
Um,
nice if you could tell it, hey, I'm using commensurate
yeah, that would
commits.
be nice. Oh yeah, stage them all first, please. Thank you. Okay. Okay, great. So now we're gonna do, well, first I need to make sure that I'm running
Yep.
the local registry. So boom. And now we're gonna run TSX other release. And oh, right,
Yep.
we have that as a dry run automatically.
Yep.
So
Exactly.
dry run.
At least that was good confirmation that we can see would publish to localhost 4873. So that's a good way to just that's verifying that we
Yes,
are that's what the npm config is picking up behind the scenes for us. So
yes.
at least we know we're pointing in the right place.
I like having that dry run be on by default for this script.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
for our custom script. That's nice. Okay, great. So it didn't work. Let's
A
see.
native node issue again.
Oh my
ESM
goodness.
loader. Um,
Uh, the following paths
of
are ignored. Oh, I think this is, oh,
oh,
because
okay.
we're trying
So
to commit.
yeah. So we're staging
The publish directory.
why are we trying? I thought we didn't we add stage.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe we didn't add stage changes false, did we? We only added git commit false. Sorry. That's the
Yep.
default behavior is for a version is to stage changes. Yeah, sorry.
Yep. That is
It
fine.
makes sense. So it's not actually a node internal error. It's interesting that
Yeah.
the stack trace includes ESM loader. That's kind of funky.
Okay, this is looking good. Tagging commit with
Oh
Git.
shoot. We
Uh-oh.
enabled GitHub releases, and that obviously has
Oh.
really run. That yeah,
Okay.
sorry, there is no Verdacio for GitHub. Sorry.
Yeah, that's quite all right. That doesn't tag anything up there, does it? Right?
Just tags you. It does
Yeah.
add a tag. Yeah, the release is tied to a tag, so we'll have to delete the tag as well.
Yeah.
Um,
Hey, but
but
this
then
looks
now,
cool.
yeah, now you can see how pretty it looks when you're on GitHub. You get the contributors thing down the bottom because you were tagged explicitly, and it's highlighted in yellow because that is you.
That's me.
That yellow highlighting is not there for everybody.
Yes. Okay, so we'll delete that release
Yeah,
and then we'll go to our tags and delete that tag. Uh,
yeah,
there we go. And I had to delete that locally too, right? Or can I just do a
yeah.
pull?
I
Uh,
think you have to fetch with dash dash tags if you want to pull the tags. I think that git
uh,
fetch dash dash tags. Can't remember that.
okay. Okay.
Maybe.
Get uh, how do I show tags? There we go. Yeah, it's still there locally. So how do
Okay.
we
Git tag dash D.
or oh pull tags? I think that's what it is.
Okay. I,
Maybe.
I usually just do like a git tag dash D and then the tag that I want to delete.
Yeah.
I think it's lowercase d, but
Oh,
maybe it
right.
doesn't matter. And it's a V. There's a V in the tag. Yeah. Yeah.
There we
Cool.
go.
There we go.
Okay. Good. We're all back. We're in a good place.
Yeah.
And it worked. It really did. So,
So we could, for example, because we're scripting here, we could just add an if local basically, like don't do the changelog step because
yes, yeah.
the changelog step for you is only ever going to create a GitHub release.
Yeah.
So I guess if like we could just do a if not if process MCI is not set because that's usually set on all CI systems, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Cool. So just don't do that at all.
yeah, exactly. I guess we could do it. We could run it if it was dry run. So we could say
Mm,
if options dry run is true, then we do want to run it.
yeah.
Yeah, because then at
Yep.
least then you can see the preview of the output. That's still very useful.
Yeah. This is cool. I'm a fan. Yeah. Yep, I like this. Okay, so I'm just gonna, well, actually, no, I can do all that later. Um, let's see.
Cool. So
So
yeah, you saw the package was on Verdasio. So yeah, that's what I wanted
yeah.
to show you locally. So that's cool. So now we are publishing from that location. So we're not patching your files, your source files. Um, so that basically that's what you wanted to achieve, right? So we're publishing it how you wanted,
Hmm.
and
I
we're
guess
not.
raw manifest. I just kind of want to see what the
I
code
think the tar you
inside
have to
is.
download the tarball, I think, and look at it manually.
Yeah. Okay. So if I go in here, there's my band build. Yep, all that looks correct. Very
Yeah.
cool. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a fan. Um, okay, so from here, I actually don't see any reason why we can't just roll with this at this point.
Mhm. So then if for example you wanted to run it in CI, obviously we've already done like a partial check for if CI. Is there anything else we need to tailor when it's in CI? For
so
the provenance data, we need to do a couple of things specifically in a GitHub Actions workflow if you
yeah, so
are
I
not
I
familiar.
provide my GitHub token and NPM token as environment
Hmm.
variables. I guess I'd need to do that as well.
Yeah, the GitHub token is needed in order to create the release, and the npm token is needed for the publish.
Okay.
However, we also need to do two extra things. One is a permission. So by default, the GitHub token doesn't have the right to create an ID token, which is needed for the provenance signing, whatever the thing that happens
Hmm.
behind the scenes. So you need to set at the top level of the job, you need to set permissions if you haven't got it already in here.
Yeah, I
Probably
don't know
not.
where I do that.
It's like a sibling of runs on the Ubuntu latest in the lint. Oh, sorry,
Oh,
this is a lint job. Wherever the relevant release job is.
I see. Yeah, so this is my release job.
Yeah. So if you set a permissions thing in there, and then yeah, contents is there by default, but then I think as soon as you start manipulating permissions, the contents is reset effectively. So
Hmm.
having it be right is probably good. Packages you don't need in there, but we need ID dash token to be right as well.
Okay, cool.
And
This
so
will be yeah.
that's that special like minting or whatever signing process that happens behind the scenes for the provenance data to be generated.
Hmm.
And then the other thing you actually need in order for npm CLI to attempt to use that data is you need to set npm underscore config underscore provenance to true in your env in your environment variables. So that
Okay.
bit was GitHub Actions specific permissions. This bit is just npm CLI config basically.
So what do I set it to?
npm config underscore provenance is true.
I don't know how to spell.
Provenance, yeah, proven
Ah,
provenance. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and it's not a
yeah, I
secret.
just
It's
set it
just
to true.
it's just true. Yeah,
Okay. True, true. Good.
I don't
Well,
think it matters if you have it as in a string, but yeah, there's no reason
yeah.
not to have it in a string. It's not an issue.
So, I don't want to fool myself into thinking that this will work on anything but main at this point. So we're just gonna do
I mean, it
main.
will work on anything. It just won't take the branch into account in any way.
Right. Yeah.
So we can adjust that obviously if we want to. But yeah,
I
for us, it's
don't,
just going to be a script. Yeah, exactly.
yeah. Okay. How do you, width? I don't need width. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
And we're going to pass dash dash dry run equals false.
Hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I do a bunch of weird things because Semantic Release doesn't like monorepos. I don't think I need to do that anymore. So that's nice. And then in here, I don't want to lie to myself and saying that this works because it does not. It will
Not right
only,
now, but yeah, again, we can make it work.
yeah. So how hard would that be to make it work?
Not too hard. We just again, you
Oh,
can those things that GitHub ref are provided as an environment variable in GitHub as well. So inside of our release script, we can look at that environment variable and say, hey, we're on the beta, therefore we should set a pre-release and stuff like that.
Okay, let's do that. Yeah, may as well.
Okay.
So then on the, I guess that would be in the release version, right?
So what do we actually,
Yeah,
what's the
sorry.
result like? Could you give me an example? So if you're on the beta channel or branch, so if you're on the beta branch, what will be the result of?
Oh, I actually don't know what that would be for semantic release. I think they would just call it beta, tag it as beta.
Is it just the npm publishing dist tag that becomes beta, or does it create
I,
a special version? Like, does it take your change and put it into like kind of a pre-release mode? I imagine it does the kind of pre-release versioning as well.
yeah, so there's like I thought
Yeah, so the way we handle pre-releases right now is not amazing. I think it's a flow that we need to come back and like look at holistically now that we have a ton more features. We added an initial support for pre-releases, but basically you have to kind of kick off the pre-release manually. So we'll have to do a little bit of extra scripting, basically. So right, like, oh, I am the only one left. I wonder if the stream is still running. I'm not watching YouTube, so I don't know if this is even working anymore. Maybe Kent's internet dropped or something. It does say I'm still live on YouTube, so that's pretty interesting if that is the case. I guess we'll give him a couple of minutes to come back. Yep. I'm still live on YouTube, so just clicked on it and I am alone in this stream. That is wild that it's given me the right to host somebody else's stream because that person dropped off. That is pretty crazy. Let's see if Kent's sending me any messages. He'll be right there. Cool. I will fill time. Again, apologies. I don't have access to any of the chat. So if all of you are spamming me right now to do something, then I won't see
okay,
it.
I'm back. I have no idea what happened. That was so weird.
As I was saying to whoever's listening, again, I don't have YouTube open or the chat open, so I have no idea, but it just made me the host. So I was just hosting your YouTube stream. How wild is that? You would have thought it would kill the stream, but no, it just hands it to whoever's left in the call.
That is
And
amazing.
I was free to tank your reputation and career.
Yeah. Oh man, yeah, like you froze as we were talking about, or I guess oh gosh, my screensaver just turned on. I froze as we were talking about what to do about these branches, and
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so
Anyway,
I was just about to explain that we added like an initial support for pre-releases, and I think we probably need to re-examine it now that we've added a ton more functionality since then. But
mm,
essentially, it will take into account if you are in a pre-release already, and it will version relative to that. So if you have a minor
mm,
bump relative to a pre-release, it will do an appropriate pre-release minor. But you kind of have
oh,
to like get into that mode yourself.
yeah,
So for that to work, we'll need to do a little bit of extra scripting to like look at the current version and make it a pre-release version, and then from then on, conventional commits would apply. So it does require a little bit of extra scripting. So maybe this is something where I'll take it as like homework for me, and
yeah, yeah,
I'll provide you with the logic. Because again, as I mentioned, I've seen other people that are keen on using semantic release as well. So I think it's good if I just provide a generic solution for it, and you can have your pre-releases. But we support all of the concepts of it. Like you can specify
mm,
custom dist tags on the publish. Like I do it manually. For right now, I have canary releases on every commit to TypeScript ESLint and Angular ESLint. Every commit I do, I publish as a pre-release canary release.
hmm
So it's possible. I just have a separate canary script that figures out what the canary release should be, and then it applies the right arguments to say this is the dist tag canary, and the version should look like dash canary, blah blah blah. And
Hmm.
both of those repos are using conventional commits, so it's very doable. It just requires a little bit of extra glue right
Hmm.
now because it's still relatively early days for NX release, and it's just I need to just document it specifically for semantic release tooling.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. We don't need to actually put that together right now.
Yeah.
Like I said, I basically never use that feature
Yeah.
anyway. So, but when I
And
do, it is
as I
it's
mentioned,
on.
if you did want to do a pre-release, you can run this script locally and just tell it the version you want to do. It will take that into account instead of doing conventional commits.
Mm,
If you know you want 2.7 beta 0, then you can just tell it to do that and it will
mhm.
respect it.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good for now. Okay, so um let me look at my commit history since oh yeah, we just had the one thing.
Yeah.
I did I push that? I guess I did. Oh, did I push all this stuff?
I
I
think it
must
got
have.
pushed when we did the GitHub release. It got pushed up
Yes, that
because
makes sense.
the commit has to exist for us to tag it and create a release for it. So
Oh, interesting. I wonder if I guess I probably did get a release. Let me look. Oh no,
we
'cause
deleted it already, right?
well no, because this would have happened on CI. 'Cause since I pushed these, this would have resulted in a semantic release publish. Except that,
Oh, right. I see what you mean.
yeah,
Yeah.
but it failed. Something downloading deps.
Oh,
Whoa.
sorry, your lock file because we still had that running on one of your installs. Your lock file references have been updated to the localhost ones.
Okay,
Sorry
so
about that.
that's fine. So now I turn this thing off. Yeah,
Yeah.
go away. And then I need to update my log file. Just run
Yeah.
npm install and it will fix that for me maybe.
I hope so, but we can
No,
double check.
it doesn't. Doesn't appear to. I don't know how to fix my log file other than like blowing it up and
Yeah.
should I just do
That
that?
is yeah, I'm afraid that is what I would also do is just delete
Yeah,
it and redo it.
that's fine. I
I
do
mean,
that.
either that or you literally just do a find and replace of localhost 4 and just do an npm registry. That is the other way you could fix it, obviously, because it's just a
Yeah,
like for like replacement.
looks like it did quite a bit more than just that, which is in
Oh yeah, that's
in
true.
some ways
That is
very
true.
scary and in other ways like probably
I think
appropriate.
that's mainly because we deleted the lock file and rebuilt it. So any like ranges, it's re-resolved those ranges and stuff. That's probably why it's
Mm,
got more than that as a diff.
yeah. Okay. So let's do a chore fix release script more. Yep, very unhelpful message. But now actually because that release didn't happen, we do have a couple of fix commits since the last tag. And so we should get a release from NX here. So we'll see if that happens.
Cool.
And like I said, that it's me and a handful of other instructors who are consumers to this package. So it's fine if we get a release that isn't very useful.
Yep.
Actually, the last build that I had failed for some reason. Oh, that's just the example. I'm not sure why that would have failed. While we are waiting, we can look at what happened there. What? Connection
Never
reset.
mind.
Oh, that could be ephemeral.
Just a random thing.
Yeah. And that doesn't stop the release anyway. Here, how
Yeah.
long does this typically take? So we're, my goodness, 3 minutes. But like, so there's a reason that it takes so long, and it's because the examples directory
Yeah.
has like 30 versions
Yeah.
of the same full-on remix app. So
Are
uh,
you building all those individual apps or
uh,
are you just type checking
so
it?
the type check, so the build is just for the workshop app. And then yeah, the type check. Oh, that only takes 11
It's actually
seconds.
the download depths, the
Yeah, geez.
gleb's action that's taking all the time.
Thanks a lot, Gleb. Jeez. No, just kidding. That should be cache though. Cache hit undefined. That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it says it's added 1,400 packages in 31 seconds as well. So there's
Hmm,
just a lot of wasted time by the look of it.
something.
Yeah,
Maybe just asking the cache that is weird. Yeah, I wonder why.
Yeah,
But or maybe copying things over to the cache. Maybe that's taking a long
yeah,
time.
could
And
be.
the
Yeah,
reason that we couldn't use the cache is because this is where I installed NX or upgraded NX, so we couldn't use the cache, I guess.
right.
Um, so okay, so that totally failed. And yeah, download deps. Something really unhappy about Yargs. Weird.
Still localhost 4873. Did we?
Oh, huh. Well, that would
We must have
definitely be a problem.
something there.
Oops. I only have one npm RC.
Should we just have a look at the lock file and just find the missing
Yeah.
pieces?
Whoops. Package lock. I've only got one of those. Huh. That's funny. Um, Pretty sure. Oh, you know what? I'll bet you that we had that problem again.
Yeah, I think maybe when you run the local registry via NX console, it's not able to kill the config as well. That's my guess.
Well, the config is updated. I just checked. So
Oh,
that is interesting.
is
Uh,
localhost is it still running? Is it actually running on that port?
no, it's not. Okay, well, let's just blow it away again and see what happens. Yeah, here, we'll actually go to Verdasio here again. Yeah, so that's totally
Okay,
not running, so this shouldn't have worked. Um,
that's really
and
weird.
localhost. What? Whoa. Okay, how about this? How about this? Um, I'll bet you that it's just reading the node modules directory, and that's
Oh
got some
yeah,
localhost thing.
yeah. You're definitely right. Yeah,
So
yeah.
my alias will blow away the node modules and the package lock and reinstall.
Okay,
Funny stuff, funny stuff.
yeah,
But I'll tell you what, like this is kind of annoying, but that was super cool to have a local NPM running.
yeah.
That is awesome. I'll probably not use that again. I don't like typically need to work with the NPM registry like that. But man, that was pretty sweet.
Yeah, for dev tooling, it's invaluable. Like we use it for testing NX. We do real npm repo, like real NX workspaces. We generate them. We use our plugins. We install our plugins. Like I do the
Hmm.
same thing for TypeScript ESLint, Angular ESLint, where we create something we can actually publish and reinstall back into something.
Hmm.
It just helps get rid of a whole class of issues. It's the most accurate end-to-end
Hmm.
testing we can possibly do. That's not
That-
manual. Obviously, you could manually publish things and test them, but this is the next best thing.
I actually like that a lot. Yeah, if I were doing what you're doing, then I absolutely would do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay, cool. So now if I go to my package lock JSON and look for
yeah.
localhost, yeah, nowhere to be found. Okay, good.
Sweet.
Um, chore fix lock file. All right, good stuff. This time it's going to work. I am 80% confident. I love when my commits start looking like this. You just break,
Yeah,
fix.
yeah.
It's
All direct pushes to main as well. It's always the
yes.
best.
It is nice working alone sometimes, or
Yeah,
like being the only developer on the
yeah,
project.
definitely. We're a legit enterprise now, so we need SOC 2 compliance and stuff like that. So
Oh
we
yeah,
can't be pushing directly to main branches or anything like that.
yeah. I can understand that. Those bigger businesses don't want any of that nonsense.
Yeah.
So. Okay, so while we're waiting for this, the next thing that, if you've still got time, the next thing that would help a lot, this was actually just getting out, this was prep work for the real reason I wanted to do this all in the first place, which was organize the code base better.
Mhm.
And so now that we have this, I actually feel pretty confident that with a small change to that release script, I can start breaking things out into separate packages and get multiple packages released.
Yep.
Um, so maybe the easiest thing to do would be to just to make a utils package and then move just like one of the utilities over and see if we can get that released. Does that sound
Yep.
reasonable? Okay.
Yep. Sounds good.
So we're gonna just pretend that this is gonna work because I think it will. Um, and what I would do is I would say, say workshop utils. That is a file. Whoops. Workshop, uh, yeah, utils package JSON. And I'm gonna switch this over to Epic Web, but yeah, for right now we'll just go with that.
Okay.
And then module, or actually type module. And yes, sure, we'll go with that for right now. What this is all going to be in TypeScript. It's going to have a build. So we'll have a source or maybe modules. Should I give up what I've always done is source, but people are telling me modules is the new cool thing. Anyway,
Oh, really?
source.
Okay. I haven't seen
Yeah,
that, I don't think.
I don't know. I am I a cool person? I don't know. Maybe I just stick with the old-fashioned stuff that I'm used to. We'll bring in.
So I don't know, like it's up to you how much you want me to like influence you here, because
I'm
we can either prove that
definitely.
NX can handle whatever random stuff you want to throw at it, or I can kind of give you an example that I've done from the recent past. So
Yeah, if you
again,
can
we're
direct
working.
me, tell me how do you do this as an
Yeah.
NX person?
Well, so actually, what I'm about to say is actually nothing to do with NX
Hmm.
as such. So very recently with Ben on RxJS, I scaffolded a new library for him, and I discussed it with him in advance. But I really wanted to try out Tushy. I believe it's pronounced Tushy,
Okay.
which is Isaac, the creator of npm. He's created a library. It's TSHY.
Okay.
He's created a library for generating like ESM and CommonJS outputs from a single simple input. So it's meant to be like super declarative. Just define really simple files and have it handle all the complexity around ESM and
Hmm.
CommonJS and outputting the right thing and updating your exports automatically in your package JSON. So you can
Hmm.
define your Tushy exports in a very high level way, and it will take them and generate the real exports. And if you want the Webpack specific output, if you want the Node specific output, if you want the Deno specific output, it can handle all of those things. It's incredible, as you can see, comprehensively
Yeah.
documented
Wow.
around like all the pitfalls and all the stuff I don't understand about ESM and whatever.
Yeah.
And so I tried it out on RxJS for that new observable package, and it was awesome. It just did
Hmm.
exactly what it claimed to do, which was just dead simple, tiny config, add a source directory, add some TypeScript files, and it just does the rest. So
Wow. I'm
again,
not
this is
gonna.
nothing to do with NX. We can invoke Tushy with NX, but
Yeah.
like fundamentally, I had a good experience with this tool, and obviously the author is very well known and respected. So
Hmm.
yeah, if you want to try this out, instead of having to manually put those export files and stuff in there, sorry, export config in there, this would just handle it for you. So
Yeah.
it's up to
So
you.
I would do this if I was building a library that I wanted consumed by lots of different environments, but this is a different project, so I'm
Okay.
gonna not worry about it. But I won't. I'm gonna put a bookmark on that. That's
Yeah.
interesting.
It does also save you having to set up any TS configs and everything. It does all the TS configs for you automatically as well. So that's another nice feature of it.
Ooh, that's interesting. So, like, but the tsconfig file needs to be there. Like, it needs to exist, right?
Yeah, I think you have a single TS config that you manage, and then it actually extends from dynamically generated TS configs that Tushy manages in a .tushy directory.
Interesting.
Um, that's the way that he handles that. There's like
Huh.
one TS config per target, I think. So you have like a Webpack TS config, an ESM TS config, etc. And
Huh.
it just swaps in the correct one dynamically behind the scenes.
That is very
Um,
interesting.
I can even check
Um,
my RxJS PR to see what the final effect looked like.
yeah. That I don't like I said, my use case is single consumer.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think I'll stick with this. But that
Oh,
made me
it generates the root level TS config for you as well.
okay, yeah,
And then it swaps that out behind the scenes when it runs your build.
wow, that is crazy. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
Um, So I'm guessing there's actually an NX generator for like a library package, right?
Yes, so that is one way to go. We don't have to use an NX generator. So one thing to note about the NX generator is obviously it's more opinionated, and so it assumes certain things about your workspace And
Mm.
so if it doesn't find those things, it will happily and helpfully generate them for you. So for example, your root TS config right now wouldn't be what it would be looking for. It would be expecting to see a tsconfig based JSON with some path mappings in there with the compiler options path so that it could do the source level jump to definition and everything like that. It would want to wire that up
Mm.
for you. So it will probably create a tsconfig based JSON for you, for example. So it will do some extra stuff that you might not want, you might not need.
Mm.
So I don't want people watching this to think that NX has to do that. We can still make this work without using the generator.
Yeah. Okay.
The generators work best when you want the generators, when you like
Uh-huh.
like you embrace them. And so if
Yeah.
you only want to dip your toe in the water, like maybe handcrafting is a better way to go. Like
Yeah.
it's a spectrum. So we can start with the most minimal approach, and then we can potentially do an alternative where we use the generator as well.
That sounds good. Yeah. Let's start with the minimal thing. I've
Yeah.
got the singleton thing, which actually I published this to NPM. This is a bad example.
Okay.
Let's do, yeah, sure, we can do timings. Yeah, let's do that one. I mean, all of these are going to move eventually. So we'll move this into here. Why? No, don't. I hate that so much. No, stop. Thank you. Okay. It's trying to be helpful. I'm sure it
Weird
would
as
be
well. Like MD,
amazing.
what does MDX have to do with
Yeah,
server
exactly.
TS as
Like
well?
you're
It's
not
weird.
importing any of my nonsense. I don't need that.
Yeah.
Okay, but I do need a reasonable TS config. Where
Yep.
are you? There you are. But we are going to get rid of all this stuff. Um, and yeah, I guess do I want to do that? No, probably not. Just start with that. Okay, cool. So this is gonna be, what is this component? Yeah, ESLint, good grief.
Yeah, we
Um, ugh, why? Okay, we'll just bring it.
last time we added it to the root level ESLint ignore, but yeah, we can also
Yeah,
add an actual config.
I,
So obviously this is the advantage of generators. Like all of this
yes,
stuff, it does for you.
yeah, but
The only thing about ESLint in NX is because we like to make updates for you. JSON is about 1 billion times easier to work with than JS.
oh,
So
so the ESLint config would,
we generate JSON ESLint configs for you
that's
rather
probably a
than.
good idea.
However, unfortunately, that's going away in the future because ESLint is moving all in on eslint.config.js files. .eslint.rc files are going away. They're deprecated in V9, which is in pre-release right now, and they'll go away in V10, I think.
Oh, interesting.
So we won't be able to maintain JSON files in the future, which is annoying for us as tooling manipulators because we can trivially like manipulate your JSON files, whereas your JS we have to like execute them in order to actually know what's happening. And AST manipulation and stuff is just more complex.
Yeah, that I guess that makes sense. Okay, so I'm not sure why no workspace folder present. What? Just trying to install something in this workspace and it did not work and I don't know why.
What does your workspace's config look like in your root level package
Uh,
JSON?
yes, good question. Maybe I was not so generic. Yeah, no, it's just packages, everything.
Okay.
Um, workshop util, huh? Oh, hold on a second. No, you give it by the name, don't you? Not the directory. I don't know. This is,
I don't actually know. I usually install things in the root of the workspace, so I don't actually know. Maybe it is just workspace utils as the name without the npm scope. Or maybe it's the path. Maybe it's packages
yeah.
slash workspace utils.
Okay, I guess that
How
worked.
is that? Okay.
Pretty sure that yeah, I guess I just don't know. Okay, let's do workshop utils here as well while we're here. And this is now happy because we've got that. We've got our ESLint. Okay, good. So we've got all of our timing related stuff in here. So
Yep.
now timing is gone from here. And this is where I explain to you kids who still think TypeScript is a joke, why TypeScript is amazing. Because I can just say, hey, TypeScript, tell me all the places that I just busted because I moved that file. Um, okay, so yeah, here's all the places I need to update imports and whatnot.
Yeah.
Now, to be able to use this package, I need the workshop utils package to be um, a dependency, right?
Hmm.
In here.
And so one of the cool thing is because we're not using our source files, we can trivially use a workspace specifier instead of an actual version number. So we could say
Okay.
workspace or file like file colon yeah, exactly that.
Whoa.
And so that because we don't need to worry about that being patched in our source files and it's being patched in the publish directory, that can be swapped in with the real thing and we don't need to reset anything and stuff like that. So
Okay,
um,
so does NX release do this for me?
yeah, yeah, it'll resolve that for you.
That is sick. So it will update this to the version that is going to be published.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, snap. Yep, I like that.
And
That's
because you're
cool.
doing it in your dist directory, you don't need to worry about that being updated and like being a commit that you need to make or anything like that. So
Yes.
that is why that's one of the reasons why we like doing the dist one because it just separates those two things out.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yep. And so what that means is this is just regular NPM. This has
Yeah,
nothing to do with
exactly. Yeah.
oh, that is so sick. I like that a lot. Okay, great. So then what I need,
Super obvious to see which one's a local dependency and which one's an npm dependency in that case as well,
yeah,
which is nice.
for real. Okay, and actually we should move this alphabetically. Okay, so now I need to have a build or scripts build.
Yeah.
And I think yeah, how do I want to build stuff? See, there are like packages that do this for you or like tools.
Yeah, like Tushy. That's
Yeah, like
exactly
Tushy, but Tushy
it.
doesn't oh, the release failed by the way. Tushy doesn't build it for you. It just like generates the exports and
No,
stuff.
it does the build as well. Like it
Does the
invokes
build too.
TypeScript. Yeah, it invokes TypeScript for all of those targets and builds all the different things for you behind the scenes. And it's got its own cache internally, so it does it as efficiently as possible.
Okay,
That's
maybe
that's
we
why I
will
like
use
it. It
Tushy.
manages the build for you basically like end to end.
Huh. Okay.
I really need to be getting paid for peddling it.
Yeah.
I just like it. Like that's the package JSON config you need is just like some script to invoke Tushy. That's all you need. So our build would just be Tushy. Um,
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, sure. Let's do this then. Um, and Tushy. And
so
I haven't saved changes. Whoops. Whoops. Package JSON, workshop utils. There it is. All right. Sorry, you were gonna say?
so I think when we first run it, maybe it will have a problem with our tsconfig. I don't know.
Hmm.
I don't know if it's going to want to generate its own tsconfig.
Oh, hold on a second. How do I get rid of this? Is there an option to I hate this a lot.
Okay, that's being added by NX console for you. We don't have a like if you disable the whole extension, then you'll lose all those features we've leveraged multiple times today. So
Yeah,
um,
there's no
that's just letting
setting.
you know that you can run the build command with NX and you can click it in order to run it. And
Yep, I just
I'll take it as feedback that maybe folks don't always want it.
yeah, let me turn that off because this is definitely grounds for disabling this plugin entirely. Because I
Okay.
just this is my source code and my lines, and I've
Yeah.
got this thing that's not a line of source code, and yeah, I know lots of people love that, but here's one of the main reasons I hate it, because lots of times when I open the file, it'll pop in place later, and so I see like I open it
Yeah.
and then boom,
Yeah.
and I just hate
Yeah.
cumulative layout shift.
Okay. I'll take that.
Um, yeah. Okay. Anyway, so we've got our build. Let's try running that. Let's go
I
into
think you
pack.
can right click it in VS Code. You can right click build and it will run it for you, I think.
Oh,
Run
hey,
script.
that's maybe I should just grow up and use the tools as people want you to use them. Okay, so it's complaining that
I
some
mean,
oh
I probably should read the actual instructions for initializing this because
yeah
maybe you need that Tushy config in your package JSON at the top. I think it's just literally the first paragraph tells you how to use it. All of that, all the rest is just
install.
explainers for like how to do it. So yeah, I think we're missing that in our package JSON. We need Oh no, we already have a script for it. Tushy is our build script. So we have a
Yeah.
source directory? Oh, it's created a package JSON in source as
Oh,
but or have you yeah, it's created a package. Why is it created a package JSON in source?
I don't know. We're gonna delete that for right now. I am gonna include files. We'll do build. And
So
I think,
inside the .tushy directory, that's those are the common like the TS configs that it's generating for you. We can
mm,
disable if we don't want all these outputs, we can disable them and stuff. But
mm,
I wonder whether it's whether having the TS config in there in advance is a problem. Like maybe we need to delete your TS config before running Tushy the first time and it will generate one
okay.
just in case. I seem to remember I didn't have a TS config and it generated it for me.
Okay, it's doing stuff. Okay. All right.
Cool.
Exited
There you
successfully.
go. So you've got a dist now with
All
your
right. We'll call it
and you'll
this.
see
That's
you'll
fine.
see in your original like package JSON that you now have the exports have been set up for you to point at those common JS and ESM things.
And it even generated that. That's interesting. Huh.
So that's
Um,
your Tushy config. So if you change that Tushy one, it will update the actual exports that are on line 4. So if you were to add, again, I'd need to check the docs, but like if you want to add the specific outputs, if you want to tailor them, that you would add it in that Tushy block, and then it would change your real exports.
and this will be source timing server. Yes, maybe. Let's
Yes, I
see what
think so.
happens. And it did not. Oh, uh, oh, interesting. Okay, so I don't understand their exports config. Okay.
You don't have an index TS, so it hasn't got one by default. So
That's fine.
you probably do want an index TS, right? This is a new library. Like you probably don't want to deep import into the actual, or
Um,
maybe you do.
yeah,
I don't know
I
whether you
think I
want.
do.
Okay,
I'll just import into each individual util. Um, but yeah, I'm
so
just a little
then
surprised by needing this. But I think that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
that seems to be how the all the exports are defined, which is interesting. So maybe that's like a subtlety that he's identified as a foot gun in some cases. I don't know.
Hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, cool. So
So
we have
yeah, now
import.
you have your full definitions, one for common JS and one for modules, and it's all just wired up for you automatically.
Huh, interesting. Okay, so I'm fine with those opinions. Now the next thing I want to do is just turn off the CommonJS stuff.
Okay.
So um, let's see, configuration. Here's exports, package imports. Oh yeah, that I don't know that we'll use that, but okay. And making noise, nice. Selecting dialects. Oh, okay, yeah, that's cool. That's what we want.
Yep.
I just want ESM. Hmm. And now, is he going to delete the dist directory
Yeah, I
and
think
then
so.
recreate it? Yeah, sweet. All right, I'm here for this. Okay, so then, and it's all just ESM. Beautiful. Even has source maps. Wow, that's awesome. There's source maps on the type definition. What? That is interesting. What does that even mean? What
I
does that?
don't know.
That is so fascinating. Okay. Well, good, good. So now, um, uh, I'm pretty sure, if I understand correctly, NX is just gonna know that you depend on this thing and it has a build script, and so we'll build first
Yeah, so
before.
we can verify NX's understanding of the workspace by running NX graph in our terminal. And that's going to launch a little web app and we can explore the workspace. So we can just show all projects on the left-hand side and here we can see all of our
Woo!
projects. Obviously, you've got all those examples that are showing up as projects naturally. So we could filter those out if we wanted to, but obviously the main one we care about is right in front of us. Workshop app has an arrow pointing down to workshop utils. So that is the dependency. If you click on the arrow, that's what we call the edge between the nodes. it will tell you where that dependency comes from. So it's coming from a
Hmm.
static relationship defined in package JSON within Workshop app. So if you're ever curious, like, oh, why does this depend on this? You can actually click on the edge and find out where did it come from.
And will that, as I start adding imports, will that include all the files that are importing it as well, or just the
Yeah, it
packages?
will. It will.
Yeah, very
Yeah.
cool. There, we'll leave that open for a sec. And let's do um let's do this. So we're gonna look for everything that's timing server. We're gonna do Kent C Dodds, workshop, utils, timing server. Okay, I think, yeah, I just moved up here. Okay, great. Other places where we've got timing server. Yeah, just got a couple way that I write this. Oh, just one here. How neat is that? Yep, like that a lot. Okay, whoops. And now most of them are like this. Uh, yeah. Whoops, workshop at utils timing server. Okay. And then, let's see, just got a couple stragglers here. Oh, Kent C Dodds, workshop at, or utils timing server. Oh, whoops, there was literally just one of those. Okay. What is, oh, right. This is because it was annoying to do that. So I don't need that anymore. Where are we? Timing server. Yep, this thing can go away.
Cool.
And this is that. Yep. Yeah, super cool. Okay, great. Now let's just have TypeScript tell us if we missed anything. And then I'll run the build and see what happens. And actually, does this update in real time? That would be
You
kind
can
of,
run graph in watch mode. You can say nx
ah,
graph dash dash watch.
that would make sense. That would be cool. Okay, yeah, so if I run that, all right. Okay, so it's still not displaying the all the dependencies, which
So
is not,
that's probably because we don't have the path mappings, I reckon,
hmm,
in tsconfig. Like we would normally resolve those from import statements and be able to map them to files
hmm,
via the TypeScript, like the TypeScript's not AST and programs knowledge of the files.
I see. Okay, well, that's fine. I'm doing weird things, and so things don't work
We're just doing it in
just
a
fine.
lightweight way right now. Like I say, we could have gone the full whole, like let NX redo some of our config so that it makes it like the canonical NX workspace style, but we don't need to. And it's nice that we can show that we don't need to.
Yeah, yeah,
We're still getting that dependency relationship through our package JSONs. We don't have to instrument everything. NX just figured it out from the file we already had. Um,
yeah, that's a win. Definitely a win. This needs to be get ignored, I guess. The Tushy,
I don't
uh,
think so, actually. The Tushy build output is get ignored, which I think has already been done. But I
yes,
think the Tushy files, the tsconfig
we want to
files,
commit those.
I yeah, we do.
Let's
Yeah.
see. Yeah, they don't mention get ignoring anything, so okay,
I
that's
remember seeing a .tushy dash build folder, which is like a cache directory. You don't seem to
mm,
have it there. I don't know under what circumstances it generates that.
mm,
Um, don't know.
okay. Well, so let's yeah, let me just run the app here. So my dev script is going to be kind of interesting. Um, but looks like the app does run. And here we'll test one of the features that we moved over there, and that is the timing headers. So boom, all of this stuff is generated by that utility, which is now somewhere
Okay,
else.
sweet.
So
Nice.
that is working. So that's awesome.
Yep.
But what's interesting is, um, okay, no, here is a, an unknown that I want to find out is if I, whoops, oh man, there we go. So these timing headers have these names. I want to make sure that changing that file will update, like as I'm developing, I'll be able to see those changes happening. So let's see. Um, I need to see where's the server timing header description. Here's my description duration. If I add a bunch of underscores, yeah, or here, no, it's this thing. Say put underscores at the beginning of that. All right, so I actually don't think that this is going to work. Yeah, so those should have an underscore in front of their name. If I run the build or yeah, start the server again, I think that it will now. Actually, I don't think it will work because we're not running the build at all for this. So what I need is some mechanism to have, while I'm running this dev script, have it be running like a watch mode on the workshop utils build.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Holy smokes. My source directory is full of all sorts of nonsense. How do I get rid of that?
Oh, I guess that has come from your type check command. Um,
Oh, I
do
thought
you
I
have a
had,
note like because we let it generate. We don't want no
um,
emit on this, do we? We want if we have no emit on it, then then Tushy won't work.
hmm,
Um,
dang.
shouldn't we say dash dash no dash emit on your TSC on your type check
Yeah,
command on the
probably.
CLI?
Um, yeah, I never do that because I have no emit in my config, but
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that's how
yeah,
you do that.
I think so. Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah. And actually, I don't think I need the dash B either, but I don't know how any of this stuff works. Okay, great. So I'll delete that now, and that should be fine. Okay, so we need to have like a build watch or something, I guess.
Yep,
Or
that's a nice simple way of doing it.
let- does Tushy have a watch?
I imagine it does.
It doesn't look like it.
Apparently not. Okay,
Does.
so we can fill in the gap here with NX
Okay.
because NX has a special watch capability inside of it.
Maybe it would be
Um,
helpful really quick for me to show you how the dev script works, because that's where we need this anyway. It's kind of a funny thing that I would love to NXify or something at some point, but it's just using runp to run all
yeah.
these dev scripts. Remix has its own kind of watch mode thing. Um, with Vite, that's going to get better, whatever. But
Hmm.
then I have dev utils, so I have my own. Oh, that's right. I have a this is what I would use if I wasn't using Tushy, my own little script that uses esbuild.
Okay.
Um, oh man, yeah, this is such a disaster. I'm so excited to get rid of this nonsense. But anyway, so that's how that was working before. So we basically
Hmm.
need this same sort of thing for this new utils package, I guess.
Yeah. Yep. So I mean, obviously, the basic solution is to just um, open a new terminal, and I believe NX Watch is a like this is obviously there's only so many things I know off the top of my head, but I believe we have a we have a dedicated docs page on watching. Let's use that because then if the docs page doesn't help us, then I need to update the docs page. So
Okay.
let's go to nx.dev. Oh, you had the output there. Perfect. So yeah, there's a dedicated entry for all of the things on like a low level. So this is the example of how to run the command and some of the arguments to the command. So as you can see here, you can do nx watch and then you can pass in all projects to watch them and stuff like that. And you
Hmm.
can invoke a particular target on that thing.
Hmm.
So, or we can say a project. So we could say nx watch dash dash projects equals, and
Here we'll
then
do
your
dev new utils for right now. So it'd be nx watch and then project
equals the name, yeah, exactly that full name.
and then
And
target
then
build.
target build, yeah, and then the rest of it you'd have to go back to the docs because I don't remember off the top of my head, but there was a target argument, right?
Uh,
Was there? Or was it just a script that we run?
no, it doesn't have a target in
Okay,
this.
it's just a script that we're running. So we need to run like npm run build, for example, inside of the.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, it's a super generic solution to allow you to stitch together things like this. So I
So that
guess
basically is saying watch any changes to this project, and when there are changes, then run this script.
yeah,
Got it. Okay, here, I'm gonna just try that right
exactly.
from.
Yeah, let's just try it out and play with it. Oh,
Whoa.
what's happened there? Why is your font changed?
Oh, well, that okay. Exit 0. Try that again.
That was so weird.
Uh,
Okay, so we got the syntax slightly wrong. Please specify either dash dash all or dash dash project. Okay, projects, sorry, plural.
ah, there we go.
We're only filtering to one, but you could be specifying multiple.
That makes sense.
Okay, so now make a change in
Oh, yes.
a file.
There we go. I don't know what I changed in the package JSON. Oh, it was adding that.
Okay, so this seems to have run for
All of the
workspace workshop
projects.
app. Did we
Yeah.
want workshop app or did we want workshop utils for this?
Utils.
Oh,
I ran
you did say utils. Okay, so why has
no,
that
it's because
happened?
I ran npm run build from the context of the KCD workshop app, which is build the workshop app. So
Oh, okay,
uh,
so yeah, I think on the doc it tells you how to run it in a particular directory, doesn't it? I think
okay, yeah. Let's see.
does it, or is it just NX project name? Oh no, it gives you the project name as an environment variable. Um,
Oh,
does it give
I
you anything
see.
else? It gives you file changes and project name. So I guess we would need to stitch it together with the. So anyway, I was going to try and see if we could use the CLI for this because
Hmm.
obviously it's nice if you can use the CLI and it's nice and quick. However, NX Watch is also available as a function. And so for if we need to do some transformation here, we can have a script
Hmm.
that wraps NX Watch. So it seems like we would struggle to stitch this together right now because NX project name doesn't match the npm workspace name, right? We saw that the npm workspace name is the path, and
Hmm.
the NX project name will be the full name. So we would have to reconcile that difference.
Yeah. So I could have swore um that when you specify a workspace, you give it the name that's in the package JSON. That I'm
Yeah, I
like
couldn't tell
almost
you.
positive that. I don't know.
Oh,
Okay.
hang on, hang on, hang on. Sorry. What we can do is we it gives an example. So the other page, we're on the quite the low level page here, but if you type in workspace watching into the search, we have a guide for it as well. And if you click on the yeah, this is a dedicated guide for this. The very first
Okay.
example
Yes.
shows running. So yeah, we can invoke NX run and substitute in that project name. So in our case, we can keep the rest of our command the same. We just want everything after the dash dash to be NX
Yeah.
run and exactly what they've got there, basically.
Yeah. Okay.
That makes sense. We're going to use the NX CLI instead of the npm CLI to invoke it.
Yep, that makes sense.
So
Okay, and
now we just need to
now
make a change. Yeah.
make a change in here. Um, say, there we go. Okay, and it runs
And there's
Tushy.
Tushy. Yeah. And
Sweet.
as you can see, NX caching is built into this. So if it feels like you've changed nothing that's different, like of any previous result in the cache, then it won't need to rerun anything.
Which is just so great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So now, given this change that I made here, um, okay, actually, let's come back here. So this is going to be that command that's running right there.
Yeah.
And we need doing some funny stuff there. Okay, so now if I run the dev server, so the interesting thing here will be Will my server pick up changes in node modules? Because this is now a node modules, or
Right.
like, or whatever. Yeah.
It should do,
My,
I think, because the npm workspaces does the sim linking for you, so I would think so. Um,
here we go. Boom, right there. So that is working. So if I remove it,
are you still running the watch for the utils library? Are you running that in a
uh,
different terminal?
no, I'm not. It's now just part of the,
Oh, you're
uh,
invoking it as part of the dev. Okay, cool, cool.
yeah.
Okay.
It's time to update NX. How exciting. Whoa, hold on a second. What? Oh, my global version is old. Okay.
Okay.
I didn't realize I even had a global version. Okay. So save that. We should see, yeah, Tushy ran. And oh, my server rebooted because, why did it do that? Because, why? I'm trying to remember. I
Yeah,
guess
I'm afraid I
remix.
don't know anything about Remix, so
Yeah, that's all
is
right.
that
That's
is,
from here, it's not going to be your deal. But the fact is that I was able to make a change and I didn't have to do anything like
yeah.
stop servers, start it. It all just it
Mhm.
worked.
Yeah,
So
so that I
that's
mean
good.
that is a killer feat. That is just like that is an area where there's just no argument. Like NX is like we've wrapped a tool that doesn't have a native watch command, and we've given it a watch command basically for free. So
Mm.
that's a really nice feature of NX that not a lot of people know about. I think the NX
With
watch command.
caching too. So if I'm
Yeah,
like, actually,
exactly.
you know what? I kind of liked what I had before.
Yeah,
Boom, it's like instant and
yeah.
boom, I restarted already
Exactly. And
and
not only that, it's
it's
dependency
back.
aware. So if you have a large monorepo where you've got 5 layers of dependencies, as you saw in the docs, by default, it will build your dependencies first. So it will order them correctly. If you change one library at the bottom of a tree, it will build that and then all the corresponding nodes all the way up the
Mm.
tree in the right order, so that by the time you reload your app, it's going to be correct. Now,
Yeah, so I
in your case, your utils library doesn't depend on anything else. But if it did, then you would build a whole tree in front of that.
yes. Okay, so let's make sure that that is working because oh yeah, one dependent project task succeeded. So it didn't even say which one it was because we don't have verbose on, but
Yeah. So
if
when
I
you're like in this case, you're specifically building one app, and so when you do that, we assume the thing that you care about is the app that you told us to build specifically. So we hide the output of dependent
mm,
tasks by default, unless you pass verbose.
yes, okay. So here it says running target build for this and one task it depends on. It's not telling me the one it depends on, but I'm assuming that's um the utils one. So
Yeah.
I kind of wish there were, even with verbose, it's not giving me that. Maybe I'm missing verbose. Maybe I'm not passing that properly. Or what do I?
No, I think you were because it did change the output to be the like alternate style. That's interesting.
Okay.
I don't know why that's.
Yeah,
I'm
I would
not sure why
expect to
that's not
see
showing
like
up.
which other things it depends on.
Workshop app build, and then that was that the only one that you had the output for there?
Um, yes. Yeah, this is all from the workshop
Yeah.
app.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, yeah, I'm not sure why that's not.
No cache and verbose. Huh, interesting.
If you add the environment variable nx underscore verbose underscore logging, I'm just curious
Verbose.
if that is an even more intense form of change to the
Oh, that's interesting. It
it should be equivalent. It should be equivalent to passing dash dash verbose, and it is in this case. It's not changed it in any way.
What
It's
was
just an
interesting
alternative way of.
is that I have no cache on here, but I think it went so fast.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure it used the cache.
yeah, it did. It's skip nx cache is the
Ah,
argument. Skip dash nx dash cache. There you go.
okay. And now
Oh,
we're
now you're
getting
getting the
utils.
output.
Yeah.
Interesting. Now to run it without the cache argument again. See if that somehow like jolted it back into action somehow. Huh.
No. Huh.
No. Okay, so when it's a cache hit, it's not being shown. Let me write that down. That
Yeah,
seems
that's a bug.
unintentional.
Cool. Okay. Well, this is super. So now the next test would be do these release together, and to get to that point, we need to see why the release failed in the first place. And it was a patch package. That's the problem. I somehow didn't install patch package.
Oh, whoopsie.
Okay, good. Well, that is awesome. I'm just gonna do a Hail Mary and hope that this release works with moving timing server into that utils package and
Okay.
hope that they all get published together. Now, I
What's all that?
think
What's all that diff in the app there? Is that
that
expected?
was when we renamed the or moved the timing server util, and I had to update those
Oh,
imports.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
So I need to also update the publish config here to make that access public. Um, yeah, okay. Just part of me was thinking maybe I should change this to the Epic Web namespace right now, but we're gonna just use this as our playground for right now.
Do you want to add a placeholder version field like you have on the other package?
Oh yes, version. Ah,
It
um,
shouldn't be it shouldn't be required, but may as well just make it consistent.
yes, I agree. That makes sense. And I do have files. Yep. Okay. So let's is this a feature? No, it's not. It's just like a internal thing. Um, but I do want to release on it. So yeah,
Yeah.
move or create utils package. This is going to be so nice when this is all working. Oh, you know what? I think I just realized something we need to do, and that is in here, we only care about the workshop app, but we need actually all
Yeah.
of them.
Yeah, so
So,
we could rewrite this now to use the NX release config. We haven't updated the NX release config either, actually. We're only taking
uh,
into account. So this will it won't cause an issue, it just won't publish. Well, sorry, it will cause an issue because it's trying to
yeah,
depend on a package that doesn't exist.
yes,
So yeah.
workshop utils, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then
So for example, we do support all kinds of globbing and stuff in here. So you could even do Kentsi dots slash workshop dash star
star,
if you wanted to
or
match everything that was a name that was like that pattern, if you wanted to.
yeah,
Um, we have a few
I
different
think we'll
options
we'll
there.
do the easy thing right here.
Yeah. So what
Uh,
we could do now is write a little custom bit of logic to extract those projects from there, from the JSON.
um,
So we have a library that's really useful for this kind of stuff.
oh,
So we have a library called NX Dev Kit, which is
okay,
you should have it automatically. Like it's probably good to install it explicitly at NX/Dev Kit at the same version you have at the other ones, but it'll probably be in your workspace by default already because it'll be depended on by the other packages. So then,
yeah,
yep,
okay,
perfect. And then in your script here, if we just import from NX Dev Kit, we'll bring in the workspace root property. And so this is a magical value that so you don't need to traverse up the file system anymore.
mm.
It's just where your root package JSON lives.
Oh,
So
nice.
we don't actually need the dir name and the traversal at all. We can just join with workspace root slash.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Good with all that
And
nonsense.
so that's one cool thing. And then could you just have a look? Do we expose the function called find matching projects from devkit? No,
No.
we can deep import it from NX. I'll get you the path in a sec. Because that we can have this so that it's always going to be resilient to whatever you put in here, which I think is going to be cool. Find matching projects lives here. Copy relative path. Should I just paste it in the Zoom chat?
Sure.
So gonna bring in from sorry, not packages NX, from NX slash,
Okay.
and it's a function called find matching projects.
Okay. It doesn't look like it's too jazzed about this. Oh, is that from dist? Maybe.
No, no,
Hmm.
source is part of the published structure of NX.
Um, utils find matching. Oh, I gotta have the extension. That's another
Oh,
ESM
yeah,
thing right
yeah, yeah,
there.
yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Um, So yeah, that value that we read out of release. So we've got the NXJSON. Now, if we read that file, if we get the JSON contents from NXJSON path, first of all.
Hmm. Whoa, what in the world? Okay, so
So we want to just do like a require on that NXJSON path.
gotcha.
Just get the contents.
Yeah, see, we're in ESM, so I
Oh
can't do
yeah, sorry. Yeah,
that.
I
Okay,
we can always do an
NX
FS,
JSON. Yes. Oh,
which is
actually, you know
FS.
what? Read JSON because
Okay,
that's
perfect. Yeah,
FS extra. That's nice.
yeah.
Okay, so then
So then inside of our JSON, it's NXJSON dot release dot projects is the property that we're gonna be grabbing,
okay.
and we're just going to be passing that in as the first argument of that, and then we need a project graph to give it basically. So we need the projects from the project graph. So we're going to create a project graph from NX. So that's another function from DevKit. So we're going to
Okay.
pull in create project graph async, and then we're going to await that. We'll need it just before line 34. We don't need to pass any arguments. It'll
Oh,
just
okay.
yeah, it'll just return it from the daemon if it's available, and then it will build it from scratch if it's not. And then graph.nodes is what we'll pass into the second argument. So you that one's correct. The first argument's correct. Then graph.nodes. Yep.
There we go.
So now it's gonna resolve any patterns. Like if you had tags, if you had directories, if you had glob patterns, like I mentioned, it's gonna look those up against the real nodes that have been calculated off the project graph. And the returned projects, it will be a string array of string names of the projects. So now we
Hmm.
have like the ultimate source of truth. You have one source of truth, your NXJSON. If you were to start using advanced patterns, they would be in there, and you never need to update this logic again.
Hmm.
Famous last words, but
Yeah. Okay, so
there you
yeah,
go.
we got him. Yeah,
Obviously,
sweet.
in this case, you only have an array of strings already, so it's like you've not gained that much, but it means that you never have to worry
You
about this
never have
logic
to
again.
worry
If you,
about
if you
this.
make NXJSON more complex, it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
So now obviously we need to use those projects to actually inform the resolution that from the publish. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so then we can come over, yeah, right here. And
So we need
honestly,
to
you know what?
obviously
We'll just put
so
this in a loop.
so
Where did I go? Yeah.
I guess one thing we can do is we can reference on the project graph. The first thing on line 39. Oh yeah, if you
Mm-hmm.
want to move stuff around first.
Sorry.
So now inside this, we have a string of the name, but we can look up the actual node on the graph from its name. So if you do on line 38 and a half, in between 38 and 39, if we do project node, const project node equals graph, yeah, exactly, AI, correct. So now we have the full project node. So we can look at project node dot root. Sorry, dot data dot root. Sorry, dot data dot root.
Okay.
And that will correspond to our packages slash workspace app, which is
Okay.
obviously the bit that we're nesting inside of the publish directory. So we can join that with, I guess, project note could be
Could
undefined.
be
That's why it's
undefined.
giving us squiggly.
Um,
You can
yeah,
just do an
just
exclamation mark, but after the
yeah.
it can't not be found because we're grabbing it from the project graph and then looking it up on the project graph again. So it genuinely can't be, but yeah, we can throw
Ah,
an error anyway.
this should be impossible. Uh, if not, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, we're going to join that together. So that's given us our. It's not workshop app path anymore, is it? It's like our source path, really. The name of the
Oh,
variable on 44.
yes.
And yeah, our publish path is just the same thing again, but with a publish in between. Exactly.
Yeah, love it. Yep, very good. And then the rest of this was pretty generic. Yeah,
Yeah.
let's go. Okay. Yep.
So that again,
Liking
that's
this.
like a super useful feature of NX is that we expose the dev kit for people to write their own stuff with. So we're missing a
README. I don't
README
have
and
a README.
utils. Yeah, we don't have one yet.
Workshop utils. Just a bunch of utils for a workshop. Yep. Okay. Nobody's using this thing. Okay, I'm liking this. And And yes, you keep them in sync by
Yep.
default, which I think is a good default.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's nice that we give you the preview, not just of your versions, but also the dependency bumps that happen in there as well. Like we gave you the version fields and also the dependencies. I think it's
mm,
quite useful.
yep, yep.
So
Sweet.
you can see because you haven't changed your registry this time, you would publish to registry.npmjs.org if you weren't in dry run this time. So
Mm,
that's always the good way to see, am I running, like have I
yeah,
pointed at localhost or not?
yeah,
And that's
that is
why dry
nice.
run by default is useful as well, because obviously that can easily happen.
Okay, cool. Let's chore fix re or genericize release process. I don't think that's how you spell genericize, but I don't care.
I didn't know that was a word.
Yeah, it might not be. How late is it getting for you? Are you in England?
No, I'm further away than that. I'm in the UAE.
Oh my
It's
goodness.
10:55.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'll let you go to bed. Like, well, you're an adult. I'm not your mom. You can do whatever you want.
I'm the furthest east of all my colleagues by a long way, so I start late and I finish late, so it's not a big deal.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for giving some of your time. I know
Yeah, no worries.
you've got lots of things to do, and especially this week. Hopefully, this at least is, don't forget people who are watching. This is NX launch week. Exciting stuff.
Well, yeah, we just dropped the agents videos. So if you want to learn about NX agents and us intelligently running your CI compute for you, it's free for open source. Go check it out. We just dropped I think specifically on Twitter we've dropped a load of extra videos and content and
Mm,
stuff. So if you check out like NX Dev Tools on Twitter or X,
yes. Yeah,
yeah, the
look at
NX
that.
agent stuff has just come out. So we've got a blog post, we've got a video, product hunt post as well.
Uh,
So
Very exciting. Yeah, that's super
yeah.
cool.
So I
This
just
is
encourage
like
anyone to check it out.
this is one of those things that it's like, okay, that makes a load of sense as a mechanism for you making money by providing real value.
Exactly. Yeah.
So yeah, that is fantastic. That just
Exactly.
makes me feel even better investing into learning and using NX because I see that there's like actual business
Yeah.
like ability to maintain
Yeah.
that.
And obviously on this stream, we haven't even touched upon what NX could do for your CI. Like we've only stuck to local stuff right now because you don't have to use NX in CI. Just because we can use NX in CI doesn't mean you have to use NX in CI.
Mm,
But yeah, that could be something we dig into in a future stream or something.
yeah. Okay, so it didn't like the dash B with the no emit, which I suppose makes sense. But when
It
I
might be
ran,
because the Tushy tsconfig doesn't use project references as well. Maybe the dash B is looking for project references, I think, right?
yes, I want to change. I'm gonna break something. Console.foo or goo. Yep, that works too. Just want to make sure that this script will fail. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's what is it even doing then? I need to be able to run type checking
Yeah.
across the code base for sure. So what?
So I wonder if your project reference to you had in your root tsconfig that was referencing the Tushy one, wasn't it?
Uh, yeah. So here,
Yeah.
uh,
So I think it's because you don't have, is it composite true?
oh,
That in
yeah.
inside don't you need that in the individual tsconfig files for all of
Uh,
the,
oh, whoops.
maybe you don't. I don't see it there.
I don't,
No. I
honestly, I
don't know if your
barely know
dash
how to
B
do
I don't know if
this.
your dash B is doing the full dash B treatment then.
Yeah, I barely know how to use any of this stuff.
Does
Let's,
breaking one of the other projects work with your type check command?
good question. It definitely has before. But here, we'll go over here. Okay. And, um, yeah, see with the B, we're going to end up doing, yeah, so it catches it with the dash B. Um, and now those things weren't generated.
Oh,
Okay, well, we're just gonna
perfect.
slowly back away. We'll-
We
And
fixed
we'll
it by doing nothing.
yeah, we'll go back to the dash B instead of the no emit thing and pretend we know what we're doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Yes.
yeah, the
Okay.
only strange thing is why we ended up with those JS files inside of your library
Yeah.
somehow.
I'm not sure how that happened. We're just gonna pretend we're good. Aha, there they are. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Somehow running it inside of your little CLI. What is your NRD CLI or NR
Uh
CLI tool?
yeah, it's a
npm run. Is it?
yeah, it's oh right. Yeah, it's a package that makes it easy to run scripts
Right.
and whatnot. But
So it didn't seem to happen when you ran it.
yeah.
Unless the file system wasn't updated in your tree on VS Code and you needed to refresh. Maybe the
Oh,
files
that could
were
have
there.
been. Yeah, that could have been it. That actually, yeah, that definitely does happen. Okay, well, let's delete these. And oh, man, this is the sort of thing that it's like, this is not what I wanted to work on right now.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
want to do something else. And this is not what I want. No emit. But no emit doesn't do anything because I think you're right, the composite stuff, but I don't know how that composite stuff works. Um, yeah, composite, true, I guess, because it's composed of other configs. Is that what that's supposed to mean?
Oh, hang on. Custom project. Configure Tushy project if you want Tushy to extend from a custom tsconfig file. This is often useful when you have multiple tsconfig files for different tools, e.g., a default tsconfig for type checking and a tsconfig build JSON for compilation with no emit false. So we can do it. So like if we create an extra tsconfig, like if actually rename the current tsconfig to tsconfig.build.json
Okay.
and add in and then add in yeah a vanilla one that is more like the other ones in your workspace.
Okay. So then we can grab that and stick that in here. We don't need that. We don't need that. Honestly, no emit.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we
Yeah,
want. And then inside your package JSON in the Tushy options, set project to the to relative path of the tsconfig build.json.
is that
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
Okay. So then let's run that. Okay, good. And none of that. Okay. And that was, oh, right. We got to go back to that. Okay, that's good. I did see the file system move a little bit, which makes me, oh, because we have this build info thing. Oh, right, because that's when you turn on composite, it does that.
Yeah. So I don't think we want
I
composite. You
don't
weren't
think we
using
need,
composite before.
yeah, let's turn that off. Um, okay, yep. Okay, try it one more time and just double check we didn't get stuff built. Nothing is in there. And that, and then one last thing, double check that we can break stuff.
Yeah.
Probably want to do it in both. Okay, sweet. I think we're in a good place. A place of functioning
Yep.
that we hardly understand. But it does work. So, okay, great. Let me just make sure. I definitely didn't expect that change, but okay. Um, and that looks good. And yep, okay. Chore, fix, type, checking. Okay, whew, this time I am more sure that it's going to work. That was the only thing that broke,
Mhm.
and it worked this time. So, okay, just gonna deal with all these emails I've gotten about the breakages of our actions.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. So yeah, from here, assuming that this works, then I just pull all those utils over, and then let's see.
Create any relevant entry points in your Tushy config that you want. Like if you want to just export stuff from an index TS, you only need one entry point. But if you want individual entry points per util, you need to add them
Each,
in your
yeah,
Tushy
each there,
exports.
which makes sense. But then if I want to, like, because I don't want the workshops to have to, well, I don't know. They can be dependent on the utils package. I'm just thinking maybe the workshop app package can just re-export all the stuff from the utils. That seems like a lot of work though. I think maybe they just have them use the utils package directly.
Yeah,
So
either way.
yeah. Okay. Super. And then for what's cool about this is now that we've got this all set up, I can pretty easily um, have presence be a published package as well.
Yep.
And then, so let's talk about examples really quick, because this one's kind of interesting. This right now I have it dependent on star. I can switch this over now to file, like file colon workshop app, right?
Yep.
Uh, shop app. But that doesn't actually change anything because the NX understood that either way.
Yep. Yep. And NPM
And
did as well. Yeah.
NPM did too. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So so that's just like a thing then. But
Yeah. It's just more explicit that it's not any version that's coming from the NPM registry. It's coming from your local workspace.
yes. And then we have our utils here. And I don't think that I was actually using any of these utils anywhere. At least, oh, actually, I think I did. No, probably not. Oh, no, right there. I am using some stuff that I'm going to move to utils. So that'll be cool. And then oh, and actually, I do have a couple places in the exercises where I'm using some of those utils too. But getting this app to run, like my dev script is really funny because what I need to do is I have the server running in the background and then I point it to this example directory. What I'm trying to think is like, could I make it so that I just go into this example directory and I run this script and it ends up hitting or like NX just knows, oh, okay, so I need to build this and that and run this dev script. I guess what I'm looking for is, would it make sense to have NX be more involved in this dev script here?
Yeah, possibly. And that might be one where we turn to the watch as a function kind of approach as well, because we can leverage it in a script then, and we can have a bit more control. So yeah, maybe that can be a dedicated thing we dig into in a follow up.
Yeah, yeah. I'll think about that. But like once I move everything over to the new utils, then we actually lose utils and we lose the declarations thing too, because that's all packaged up now by this single utils thing. In which case, I don't know that I need NX to be any more involved. My next big task will be upgrading Remix to use the Vite server and stuff. So, which will clean up some of that stuff. So I don't know that I need NX to be more involved. Oh man. The release download deps.
Patch package again.
What?
It's running npm install inside of your
Oh, that's
workshop app,
right.
isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Or workflow. Because like I said, I was doing weird things before. We don't need to do that anymore. Ugh, I'm so sorry. You can go. I think we're done. I think this will work.
I need to see this, Kent.
Uh,
I
chore,
need to see
fix,
this through
work.
to the end.
Oh. Okay, I will be so happy though. This has been hanging over my head for so long. Like I really need to get to making that easier to work in. So this will be so nice. I think the biggest thing I'm a little concerned about is why I have to restart the app when I change the utils. That will be kind of annoying to work with. I don't think that I had to do that before. And I've got to think
Yeah,
about
before it was being linked from source, wasn't it? Before it was being linked not from a dist like a node modules linking.
Yeah, so well, before it was doing this like hacky hot module replacement thing
Okay.
in like in memory, and now that it's a node module thing, I don't even know why it's how it knows that it needs to restart. That actually surprised me a little bit. My dev server is using TSX Watch and it is ignoring node
Ignoring node
modules.
modules. Yeah.
I have
Interesting.
no idea.
I wonder if we wire up the path mappings, if it would start using it from source instead of dist.
Okay,
And
so
then
how do we
it
do is that's the
you
TS
already you
config.
already had some in your workshop app. I think you already had some path mappings in the TS config and workshop app, didn't you?
Yes, you're talking about these.
Yeah. So if we add a new entry that matches the exact package name of um, and then it's an array that we point to the slash like the relative path basically to the only thing is you don't have a source index, do you? So we'd have to do it for each
For each
individual
pack.
entry
Yeah,
point
got
here,
it. Yeah.
which is a bit brittle and cumbersome, but it might work. So
So
yeah,
that.
I think
Okay.
so. Yeah.
And so we are still running the Tushy watch thing. Do we need to keep that?
Maybe not. If this is actually going to start pulling from source again, this is partly a remix thing of like whether remix is going to
Oh, I see.
find this in
Because
TS config land and therefore pull it from source. I don't know. So
so we don't need to interesting.
because then when you actually publish it, like deploy it, it will still work because it will pull it from the package and you don't care about watch mode. But then when you're developing
Yeah.
it, you're pulling from source, so it will always be live.
Yes. Okay. So
These are the
let's
kind of niceties that NX. This is part of the reason why NX does your config for you because it can do things like this without you having to manage it. Every time you
mhm.
generate a new library, it creates a path mapping for you. That those kind of niceties. And when we do some of our build tooling, we swap out the source with the dist approach for you without you having to worry about it. Um,
Okay.
but
So
yeah,
what
so
I'm gonna
you
do is I'm gonna get rid of that script entirely.
okay?
We're gonna run this so it's not doing the Tushy watch thing. Um, and we're on 40. We'll open up that. Probably should have done a different utility that was easier to see what the changes were. And then we can come into our timing server. Oh man, I'm gonna need why are those showing up? Hate that. Oh, it's because I opened them recently, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
VS Code loves to hold on to old files
Yeah.
that don't exist anymore.
Yeah. Okay, so then we can come over here, turn this into this thing, double underscore. I saved that. Actually I shouldn't have refreshed. I wanted to see if it was gonna live reload. It does not take that
Okay.
update. That's too bad. Um, and the reason I don't know the reason.
Okay.
Huh. So the live update here, actually let's
Again, it's like I unfortunately I don't know how Remix works. It's possible that
yeah,
maybe Remix, when it finds it in the package JSON, it just goes, okay, I understand this is a third-party dependency, so I will pull it in that way.
yes, that's
Um,
probably what's going on. But that's helpful because I think my next task will be to update Remix to use Vite, and then I'll be using the new Vite
right.
the
Yeah.
HMR and everything will be better probably. Because right now I'm doing my own Chokodar listening and broadcast dev ready and stuff.
Oh,
It's
okay.
um
So maybe
yeah.
something in here could be tweaked to work with
Yes.
the
Yeah.
node
I'll have to
modules
look at
approach
that
or the
later.
source approach. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, whoops. Sorry. So yeah, that failed. Um, and what was it this time?
We got to release this time. So no tag. Oh, we're
Oh,
doing a shallow checkout. We need to fetch the tags when we
yes.
check out.
Good grief. Um,
I think
so,
checkout v4 exists now, and setup node v4 exists as well, so you could bump
mm,
those. They're node 20 powered ones instead of node 16, I think.
that is handy. Um,
So yeah,
okay.
we need to do on the checkout. We need to do with fetch depth 0. Yeah, exactly that one. And your
Okay.
indentation with just needs to be in line. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You only need it for the release checkout. If it's yeah, that's the one you've added it
Yeah.
for. Perfect. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Whoa,
Yep.
whoops. I messed up something. What did I change? What else did I change? Do I want these changed? No, I don't. Well, no, I don't. I don't.
It didn't. Yeah, it didn't work right now. I did it. You
Yeah.
you want the
So,
watching.
um, restore
I'll just use the washing really quickly, and when I
packages.
come back, it'll all be working.
Okay. Okay. I wonder if anybody's watching this right now live. We've got 6 of you still watching, and we've got like people commenting. Just want to shout out. That's a chat happens here, so if you want me to respond, that's where it is. Do I have a link in here? No, I don't. But kcd.im/discord, that's where you want to be. Um, okay, cool. Good stuff. 8 people watching now. Look at that. I'm probably one of them. Okay, goodbye. Okay. Yay. This is gonna be so nice. So nice. It'll be so much easier to work in. And when I update it to Vite, HMR is gonna be amazing. So many things are gonna be good. Did I have anything going on today? I am good for a while. Okay, we're just waiting on Playwright. Playwright pulls up the example app and just like makes sure some
Yep.
things are in the right place and whatnot. I think just, yeah, there's one test. I think it just like pulls it up and says, yep, it pulled up.
hmm
Gives
Always good to
plenty
have
of,
smoke tests.
yeah, yeah. Being one of only a few consumers of the app itself, I'm not too concerned.
Yeah.
Cache restored successfully. So now what are you doing?
Yeah.
Post install. Oh, patches. Yeah, okay. That's fine. The build is working. That's good. So yeah, we've made it further than ever before.
Oh, hang on. Are we only building the workshop app?
Oh, I
Oh no,
hope
it
not.
depends. It depends on it. So we
Yeah,
we
yeah.
are fine. Okay. Okay. So your git commit information needs to be set.
Hmm.
Okay. That's because tagging commit. Oh yes, we we're tagging the commit. Actually, the git commit gets tagged automatically with the creation of the GitHub release. That's surprising that you need that information, to be honest. I'm surprised you need that.
Hmm.
I mean, it's very simple to set, obviously. It's not a big deal if we need to set it, but I wonder if
Yeah.
we need to set git tag false in our little release script just to be safe. Can we just
Um,
try the dry run it? Can we try the local output again?
yes.
Just see if it says if it's trying to tag it or not.
Uh,
Oh, it does say tagging commit with git. I think we need to say git tag false as well. Where we said stage changes false and git commit false, I think we better also just say git tag false. Because I believe the git tag will still be created just implicitly by GitHub when it creates the release. I believe.
okay. Okay. Well, we'll try that.
And see,
Um,
should we just double check? Were we building both
yeah,
projects?
yeah, good question. So the build script, yeah, it
It's
just
just
says,
the workshop app, but however, because workshop app depends on build, sorry, depends on workspace utils, and because in your NXJSON you have the build target default set for depends on, you are actually building both.
Yes.
However, this is a bit implicit, and
Yeah.
maybe it's better to convert it into an NX run many. And so NX dash, sorry, run dash many, and then dash T equals build, or dash T space build. Either one's fine.
Okay.
That just
That's
stands for
target.
target. Yeah, dash dash target. It's build. So
Yeah.
that will
Okay.
run build for anything that has a build script. So that might not be what you want. You might want to exclude
Yeah. I would
certain
like it
nested ones.
if our graph does not show the example app,
Okay.
like all of those apps that are in there. Is there a way to get those excluded?
Yeah, we can pass dash dash exclude. Um,
Well, I would like them just excluded in general, right? I think.
you could do an NX ignore file then if you wanted to just not have it included on the graph at all. Dot NX ignore file, sorry.
And then this would be packages example. Okay,
Yeah.
so then if I do NX graph,
Yeah.
then now we shouldn't see, yeah, those aren't in there anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's what I want. Pretty sure that's what I
Mhm.
want. Also, this KCD shop is the root. Should that be considered a package in this?
Well, that's what I mentioned, but it's now considered a node on the graph so that we had that target for local registry on
Yeah,
there.
that makes sense.
So,
Okay.
but we did the included scripts being empty. So that means now your build, if you run many build, it won't include the build from the root because that
Yes,
was excluded.
that makes sense. Very
If you
good.
were to
Okay.
later add a build target to something else, like if you just had an npm script called build in another package that you added later, it would automatically be picked up by this as well.
Okay. Yep. Very good. Okay. This time.
Yeah, this time. Yeah, I think again because we're kind of disable we want to disable all the Git operations except for the indirect one of creating a GitHub release and having that implicitly create a tag. I think that's why that was
Yeah.
happening.
So I wasn't aware that we get an implicitly created tag when we create a release. But that
Yeah,
you're pretty sure that's what happens.
yeah.
We'll see.
I'm not willing to bet a huge amount of money, but I think
No,
so,
no, we
yes.
saw it happen actually. When I did it from local. Um,
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
Yeah.
because we never pushed so it may have created a tag locally, but we never pushed that. We just created the
I
release.
think it will have implicitly pushed though. I think
Mm.
we will automatic if you're tagging, we automatically and you're creating a GitHub release, we automatically push that for you. Otherwise, there would be an issue that you tagged a commit that didn't exist on your remote.
Mm. Oh, right. Yeah, that's right.
So
And then we actually had the fix commits that actually I think are still in my
yeah,
history.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. But I have a feeling I actually built the GitHub release creation logic before I built the automated Git push. So I'm pretty sure it does work.
Okay.
It's a while ago, but I think that was the order I built them in.
Okay, let's see. Playwright typically takes 120, so we're probably past that already, and GitHub is just figuring it out.
Yep.
Okay, and those should be cached, so that'll be nice. But then it's gonna take another 10 seconds to run the patch
Yeah.
package thing for some reason. I don't know why. I heard that GitHub added support for M1 MacBooks or
Yeah.
M2 or something. And so
Yeah.
you can speed up your releases or like your CI quite a bit by using that.
Yeah. We have to build a distribution because we have Rust. Rust powers a lot of the key parts of NX's core. And
Mm,
so we have to build those native uh distributables things, executables.
mm.
And we have to build them for FreeBSD. And in order to do that, we have to do like a VM inside of macOS, but not Apple Silicon. Oh, so close.
Wow, geez.
Um, it's horrendous. It fails so often. It's so flaky. It's awful. We have to rerun it all the time. Okay, running publish for two projects. Tasks not run because the dependencies failed. So for some reason, workshop utils did not publish. One or more of the selected projects could not be published. But it doesn't actually tell us why, which is pretty useless.
Yeah.
So maybe we should enable verbose logging always in CI. Oh, sorry, it's right. It's hidden. It's hidden in the little group thing.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, it doesn't like your token somehow.
Oh, huh.
What was the name of your token? Sorry. What did
NPM
you call it?
token. Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
that's the problem.
I think it's node auth token.
Ah,
Yeah, I think npm token is not the name that the setup node action will take into account by default, I think maybe. And so that's the one. I think npm token is a name that the semantic release tooling was using.
yes, it is. So it's
If I look at
node
my
auth
NX,
token.
if I'm just looking at the NX repo itself, yeah, we use node auth token. Yeah,
Okay,
that one
cool.
definitely works.
The node auth token is the NPM token.
Yeah, well, that's literally what we have in our repo as well. So
Oh,
close.
really?
Yeah,
That's
so
funny.
close. Yeah, it's a shame we don't have NX caching involved in CI because we have to wait for these to
Oh,
be done
yeah, yeah.
fresh every time.
That would be nice.
Yeah,
Maybe that's a future
next step.
thing. Yeah, how difficult would that be to set up? Is that like now I sign up on NX and I connect my GitHub repo and to get that cloud caching?
Yep. And for open source repos, it's you get free, like the free usage of the cache and everything. So we have a
That's
few
sweet.
different features related to cloud. So in the most basic case, you use us as a remote cache only. So all of those cache hits you get locally, you just take that cache and put it on the cloud instead. And
Hmm.
so that's the most basic entry point. But the cloud brings a lot more intelligence than that. You can do distributed task execution. So we can take those tasks and distribute them across agents that you've spawned. So an agent basically is a job on GitHub, for example, or Circle or whatever, that runs a node process that is polling the cloud for give me jobs, give me jobs, give me jobs, give me jobs, give me jobs. And the cloud gives it, hey, run nxlint this, hey, run playwright this, whatever. And then when there's no more jobs to send, the cloud sends like a signal to die and the agent's complete, and then your job is finished. And then the
Hmm.
next evolution of that is what we just announced today, which is NX agents, where instead of you spawning those jobs, just tell us declaratively what jobs you want, what agents you want, and we'll spawn them on our compute
Hmm.
and just give you the results. And
Hmm.
so your config is literally one line, distribute on, and then you tell us the machine type you want to distribute on, and
Hmm.
it's pretty magical. So that there's like, yeah, it's NX
There's
Cloud is a spectrum of
layers.
options basically. Yeah,
Yeah. I
but
think that I would be satisfied with my open source stuff for sure. I'd be satisfied for this type of thing with just the remote caching.
mhm. Yeah, so that's very simple. There's literally a command called NX Connect to Cloud, I think, or maybe it's just NX Connect these days. I think we just shortened it,
Hmm.
and it will generate an access token for you, and you just claim that access token for your workspace,
Hmm.
sign in with GitHub, and yeah,
Do I set an
it's
environment variable in the
it's a config property in NXJSON. So you would use a read-only token locally. Oh, we've got the tag already by the look of it. Uh,
Oh, okay. Now this one
yeah,
I don't have to rerun everything because we can just go delete that tag.
yeah. But can we just the publish still seem to fail though, which is interesting.
Well, oh, so if the tag exists, it's like, oh, I don't need to bother creating it. It doesn't fail the thing.
No, but it's more the publishing step that I'm concerned about. Why
Yeah.
did the publishing fail?
And it's
So
the
it
same.
still doesn't seem to have been picked up by that. Maybe I'm just wondering
Hmm.
about the setup node step, whether that needs to be maybe the environment variable needs to be promoted up to the level. We have it at the top level of the job so that the setup node step is taking it into account.
Okay. So if I make an environment,
Because I think when you have a token set, I think setup node actually stamps out that auth thing in your npm-rc. I think it creates an npm-rc for you implicitly behind the scenes, and I
hmm,
think it stamps out the special auth token syntax and embeds it in that npm-rc.
Hmm.
You could move the npm config provenance up there as well if you wanted to.
Mhm.
I mean, at the GitHub token one, you could also move. Like, there's no, yeah, they could
Yeah.
all move, but I think the npm ones do need to move.
We'll just move them all. And I'll just trust that Gleb isn't gonna steal my tokens and stuff.
That's true. Yeah, that is true.
All right. Chore remote tokens. I think I have one too many M's. Yep, there it is.
Token.
Commit. Oh man. Okay, while we're waiting, I'm gonna see about doing this NX Connect stuff because I
Yeah,
don't want to
we're
wait for this.
asymptotically approaching done with this CI
Oh,
process.
whoa, that is not
What
what
is
I.
that?
Well, what is
Current
that?
lighting. Currentlighting.com. NX Connect is the command, sorry, that you just run on the CLI. Yeah. So you can
Okay.
look at this recipe. So the connect to cloud.
I don't know if I have an account on NX yet, so let's do that. You are now authorized, Narwhal. You have my GitHub.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
This is interesting for me to watch. This is quite new that you like use the GitHub integration. So I wonder if you look at if you go back now, if you click on go back.
Whoa.
Oh, okay. So
Oh,
it's
I guess,
only organizations that you belong to that have been configured already,
yeah,
I guess.
that makes sense. Okay, so
So yeah.
now,
So
um,
the best way, honestly, is to just run the command locally, and it'll
mhm.
prompt you to claim the workspace now that you're logged in. So if you just run nx connect, I think
I think I
it could
want to
be
do
connect to
this.
cloud.
I think I'm gonna do this over here,
Okay.
um, just because we're talking about tokens and whatnot.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
So running NX Connect, your NX Cloud Workspace is public to restrict access kinetic to your account. Push your changes, log in at cloud.nx.app to connect your repository. Okay. Um,
I mean, I would honestly share the token right now, and we can delete it. I can show you how to delete it and replace it with a read-only token. The worst
okay.
thing somebody can do is put junk in your cache. They can't compromise your account in any way. It's
Yes.
only a token that's used to populate the cache.
Okay.
What
So
did that say? Sorry, the workspace already has NX set up.
yeah, because I ran it over here. Here, I can bring this over
Oh, I
as
see.
well.
Okay, cool. Okay, so has it updated your NXJSON with? Oh, where did you run that? Oh yeah, you ran it in the right place.
Yep.
Did it update your NXJSON with a token already?
Good question.
Yes, it did.
Yep,
Okay.
there it
Yeah.
is.
So that's a read write token by default, I think, unless we've changed it to make read only tokens by default. I'm not sure.
Okay.
So if you go into your yeah, this has changed a little bit. Now that I haven't seen somebody do it this way with the new GitHub integration, but
Hmm.
if you go back to your thing, if you go onto your face over there, the little drop down for the user, connect to workspace. Oh, it was connect to NX Cloud. I already have an access token. Do you see that option there? Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you copy it into that,
Okay. And stick that there. Oh, whoops. Oh, I see, I see. That makes sense. Oh, maybe I just want to double check that that didn't change when I ran that. Yeah. Okay. I see. Neat. Okay. So
did that do anything?
it it seemed to have a
No,
spinner
not
for a
really, did
second.
it? No, yeah.
We're getting 400s. But let's see. Try it
This
again.
is yeah, this GitHub
Yeah.
integration is literally brand new. So this flow is different versus not normally you wouldn't get that message about already connected. You would get like a URL that you would click on, and that would allow you to connect the workspace. That seems to have not worked here because it's recognizing you're already set up, but your
Hmm.
workspace is you can only see TANstack, so that's very confusing. That doesn't really make sense.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Well,
that's very strange. I don't know because normally you would have a personal organization as well, but when you're not doing the
mhm.
GitHub approach,
Well,
was
let's
this was
let me
this a
come back
rerun?
to that. Yeah, this is the with the environment variables, still same error. Huh. Um,
Definitely, definitely. The only difference I can see is that on setup node, I'm specifying the registry URL as registry npmjs.org, but I don't see how that could possibly be relevant because that's surely the default.
yeah,
Um,
and I think we can, um, yeah, it's right here. It's showing me that is what it's trying to be logged in as.
I have not seen this before, and this is the. Can we just try the publish locally?
Yeah,
Although it's not really going to help us with this error, is it? Because like fundamentally, Verdaccio and npm are separate things, so the auth is separate as well.
yeah, yeah. I think we probably,
Could you maybe you could add a? I mean, if you wanted to debug this, maybe you could add a run script which just says npm who am I?
mm, my guess is that it's gonna say nobody, because
Yeah.
yeah, there's nobody
But this
authorized.
was working for you before, right? This token was working just fine for you before.
Yeah, but I had it as npm token here. Let's
Yeah.
just both. Um, and then I'm not sure. I don't know. So when we get to the publish step, you actually aren't doing anything with npm auth. You're expecting npm publish to manage that
Exactly,
fine.
yeah.
Yeah.
Could we just in case, could we just do a raw npm CI instead of the custom gleb action?
Yeah, sure.
Just in
Uh,
case that's somehow altering something about the node that the npm set up. Because all now, like previously, you were getting value from that action, but now all we're doing is running npm CI at the root, right? So
yeah.
we're not actually getting any value. And then maybe add an npm who am I just to like see if it
Yeah.
will actually say who you are. Yeah, this is weird. I'm afraid I haven't seen this before. Like most of the stuff we've encountered, like I immediately like, oh, okay, that. And in this particular case, it seems to be basically the same. Like I have uh
Should well, I don't know. Let's commit it.
node underscore auth underscore token you had, right? Yeah.
Mm,
npm config provenance. It's exactly the same. ID token right, contents right. That's not relevant until we actually can successfully publish anyway.
okay, it's going off again.
We um we still have the tag uh issue. We didn't delete the tag, did we,
No, I
successfully?
can delete that. Um, just make sure. Yeah, so I'll delete that right now. And I'll
Because
delete the
it'd be
git
nice to
tag.
prove that was fixed as well. I think it was, but we can just prove it. But yeah, I'm afraid the cloud thing. Oh, maybe try maybe try that. No, it's still just Tanstack, isn't it? Because it's not. Is it under an organization? Oh, it is under an organization. It's under your.
Okay, here we go. Oh, whoop.
I think that's we wouldn't see it anyway as you typed it.
Yeah, but I'm pulling up 1Password, so just in
Oh, I
case.
see. Yeah, fair enough.
Um, okay, cool, cool. That all looks fun. But I
Yeah.
actually want to also add Epic Web. That's where this is
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I guess it only showed you the ones that have been already granted
authorized.
permission. Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
Yep. Thank you. Nice. So
Okay.
connect to repository. This is KCD shop. Connect. Yes. I didn't read those words, but I'm sure that's just
It's associated with an existing token, it said. So now if you go to settings
where's
on sorry
settings?
on the left case opposite KCD
Ah, there
shop.
it is.
Yeah. Now manage tokens. This is where you can see
Ah,
that so it is a read write token. So this is where if you wanted to off screen you could create a new read write token for CI. I mean, we haven't done CI yet anyway. So actually you can just create a new read only token and delete the dev token. I usually call this one local just so it's clear to myself for the future. but you can call it anything you want. You can call it read only if you wanted to, but it will say read only in the permissions anyway. So now this is the one that you would use in your NX.json file.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
So now you won't be populating the cache from your local machine, or nobody else will either.
mm-hmm.
But you'll get cache hits from your local machine if CI has populated the cache. Obviously, in your case at the moment, we have CI is not running to populate the cache, but we can enable that in a later effort.
Yes. Okay,
So
and then
you could delete that read write stream if you wanted to, read write token.
here I can go into um a secret and create a variable for
Exactly, yeah,
that.
like
Okay.
NX Cloud access token or something like that.
Yeah. Okay, we'll do that really
Yeah.
quick. And copy, paste, and get that out of my clipboard. And okay, great. And then I can delete this one. Well, I'm going to hang on to that for a second because we're currently building with that token. But sure, update to read only NX token. I'll wait to push that so we don't cancel what we're doing right now.
Quite a bit of
And
that token was exposed on the screen there of the table. I don't know how much of the
right
token
here. Yeah,
versus the total.
that's fine.
I don't know what proportion of the token
If
is
somebody really
shown.
wants to guess so they
Brute
can
force it,
change my
yeah.
cache,
Yeah.
be my guest. We're being overly cautious as it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so before we figure out what this is complaining about, how do I make this so that it takes that environment variable into account?
It just needs to be set as an environment variable. So
Oh, really?
you could do a top level env if you wanted to equal to that. The same name, the environment variable would be that exact same name.
Got it. And I can do it. Can I do it right here or no?
I would do it at the top level env, like a sibling of concurrency and jobs.
Uh, oops. Come on, Copilot. Thank you.
Yeah.
What are you complaining about? I definitely just added that. Come on, it's
Yeah.
right there. Whatever. Okay, cool. So let's figure out what's going on with this.
Yeah. So the auth is not working. So why? So this is nothing to do with NX at the moment, in theory.
Yeah, this is
This
NPM.
is just vanilla npm. So why is that the case? Like, what is actually like? You can have a look at the NX repo, or the RxJS repo, or Angular ESLint repo,
Yeah, well,
TypeScript
what I've
ESLint
done
repo.
before. So let's see.
Yeah.
Why is this not working?
As I say, the only difference I can see is that you're not setting the registry. Even though I'm setting the default value, maybe registry URL is needed for this to work. That's the only difference I can see. Because I think that might be needed to build up that dynamic that string. That's what I mean. That exact string
Mm,
that gets generated behind the scenes, I think, for you.
yeah,
So
maybe.
maybe it seems dumb that the default value is needed, but that's what I'm setting as the other with property. I just pasted it into you.
Okay. And you put that where?
That was on the setup node, the with.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's all the way down here. Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's just try that. See what happens. Uh, chore add registry.
It seems dumb, but that is set in all these other repos, I think. Let me have a look at some more repos.
It
I
could be
imagine it is
that,
because I would have copy pasted stuff
yeah,
between
it could be
previous
that
examples that I've
semantic
done.
release just like added a little bit of nice stuff. They're like, oh, we don't want people to have to set the registry, so we'll handle that
It
ourselves.
could be. It could be. Yeah.
That would make sense.
But yeah, I am setting it in all these other repos I mentioned. I am setting that value.
Hmm.
Was our tag? Do we need to delete the tag again?
Uh,
I guess it
oh,
doesn't really matter for us proving out the auth, but
it doesn't
oh,
look like it.
yeah. Oh yeah, we did the check first before we even ran NX release, didn't we? That's why. We did the who am I check up front, so that's good.
That's right. That's right. Oh, hey, this is exciting. For those watching live right now, I am putting together a workshop series. You're finding out before anybody else in the world. I haven't announced this yet. But yeah, if you want to like look at all this stuff we're going to learn about React. This is Epic React V2. You can get tickets right now. Oh my goodness. When was this? Was 2 hours ago. Holy smokes. Yeah, I'm super stoked about this. All right, there's your announcement. You heard it here first, folks. This is going to be so sick. I'm so stoked.
Nice.
Okay, anyway, let's see if we can get this done. And we're going to be using the workshop app in that. So it is relevant.
It's going to work. I'm just
Yes.
putting it into the universe.
Please.
This one random property that
Yeah.
sets a value you would think would be default
Yeah.
is gonna be the key.
Hey,
Yep, it worked.
Gosh, dang it. Okay. Well, I am very confident that this is going to get published properly now. No! What? What is it? What? What?
So close.
Unprocessable.
Oh, provenance. Well, this is cool because we've actually failed on the publish, or we've run the publish and npm has errored. So when you do provenance data, because you need the traceability end to end, you have to have a repository configured on your package JSON.
Oh, and I don't? Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Okay.
But this is working now. This is great. This is awesome. This is a provenance error, so we're actually up and running. So perfect.
Oh, good.
That's
Okay.
crazy that property was needed. The default registry URL was needed.
Yeah, that is nuts. Okay, so normally I've got the package JSON in the root, and that's where I have my repo. But like,
I'll give you like a copy pasted example again of like a valid one.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'll stick it down here at the bottom.
Where's the zoom gone? There we go. That's the just an example from the NXJS package.
Oh, whoops, I'm getting a phone call. And now I'm not. That was my wife. I think that was a mistake call, maybe. All right, yeah, get epic web dev kcd shop.git and directory. Do I need a directory? Oh,
yeah,
that's interesting.
You do, yeah. Packages workspace. That's one because we're in the monorepo. We need the actual path.
I've never seen that before, but I like that. That is cool. Okay,
yeah.
and then
so one cool thing about NX, like even though we've handcrafted this stuff and we've wired up tools that are like there's no NX plugin for directly, we could create an NX workspace plugin. So like a plugin that's specific to your workspace, and we could create a custom generator to create a KCD lib or a KCD.js package. Because you'll have to remember to add this repository field next time. You'll have to remember to configure Tushy. You'll have to remember to add the publish access, whatever, public. All of those things that you like to do in your packages, we could codify in a custom local generator that you don't have to publish anywhere, that NX could invoke locally. So that's what, like when you start to develop these kind of patterns and stuff, it means you don't have to copy paste things again. You can just run NX generates KCD lib and it will spit it out. When you can parameterize everything. You can write like EJS templates basically, and you can parameterize all the different bits. So this directory field would fill itself out automatically with the project root and all that kind of good stuff.
I'd like that. If I were doing this every day, then I would totally do that.
Yeah.
I'm confused why this job passed, even though this part failed. Did we actually get a successful publish just without that connecting tissue, or we did get a release?
Oh, hang on. The programmatic API, it returns a status code, I think, and we're not doing anything with the status code. So it did fail internally, but in order to give the programmatic API maximum control, it doesn't blow up.
That makes sense. Yeah. Okay, so this is gonna be our result.
I think so, yeah. If you just hover over release publish, just to double check that. I think it's just a status code that it returns. Yeah, promise of number.
Yeah.
So it's just the status code. So if result is not 0, or actually
Yeah.
we can just do process exit result. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. Chore fix release script to exit properly. And I will not push that just yet because I don't want to cancel our existing run. Here goes. Um, oh, that's interesting. Oh, yeah, that import order thing. Sometimes I think my editor ESLint and the CLI ESLint sometimes disagree on some things. I've got to figure out what that's all about. That is kind of annoying. Here, and now I feel pretty confident to get rid of this. There we go. So that's also good.
That's true. Although, as I say, like the action is currently providing no. I guess it's doing like setup node does caching for npm by default. I think so. I don't think it's providing any value to that
Oh,
extra
really?
action.
Is this one of those things that like I used to use this and it used to be great, and now we have better solutions and we don't need to use the old things anymore? That might be.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's worth. Yeah, maybe you could look up. There you go. You can see the full output.
Yeah,
So
and I
we
got emails from NPM saying I published these packages. Oh, hey,
sweet.
now
So
this is interesting. So, a new version of the workshop utils 0.0.0 semantically released was published. Whoops.
oh dear. Can you scroll up and see if that happened to both of them? I
The other
imagine
one got
yes.
a 2.60.6. So that is interesting. That got updated properly. This got updated properly.
Uh,
Huh. I'm guessing that it published from the packages directory instead of the published directory. That's what I think happened. Somehow. Hmm.
I mean, we can try it locally to see what happens. Sorry about that. I don't know. I mean,
No,
we
that's
can
fine.
unpublish. That's very fresh. So we could unpublish that if you wanted
It
to
it
clean that up.
matters very little to me.
Right.
I'm gonna rename this package eventually anyway. Nobody's gonna consume that. So,
Yeah.
um,
Did
yes,
the other one published correctly, you said?
it did. Yeah, we've got a 2.6 or 2.60.6. We've got a tag for it. We've got a release for it.
Nice.
Um, yeah,
That's very strange then.
yeah. Okay, so what were we gonna do? I just forgot.
Do a local publish of it. So if we could set like run the local registry and test out the
Ah, yes. Okay. Um, get this thing. Oh, what is
because
this?
our target defaults that we set up should apply to all projects evenly. So there's
Okay, and then npm config get registry. Okay, good.
yeah.
And then I run, let's simplify workflow. Okay, so then we do tsx other
Mhm.
release, and we don't want to do a dry run. So
Yeah,
dry
exactly.
run false.
So we've not got a new version to put. Okay, skipped package because that already exists
Yeah.
on so payload too large is kind of funky. So workspace app that that seems surprising that workspace app is too large. I wonder what's going on there. Maybe Vidasio is more limited. I don't know.
Hmm.
Okay, so it has tried to publish semantically released. Although it skipped the versioning, didn't it? So can we just pass dash dash specify into something random, like just force it to be a different version?
Specify. Well, I think
Specifier, yeah.
ours is version.
Oh
Um,
yes, you're right. You're right. You're right.
so-
Yeah.
and uh,
You could pass patch if you wanted to, or minor or something. It will take those into account as well. So in our diff there, we see publish publish packages in both cases, and they've both been updated. So that's all correct on the versioning side.
mhm.
We can obviously look at this on disk as well. We can go to that
Yeah.
directory on disk. But we can definitely see that the workspaces one on. So yeah, it's definitely correct.
Huh.
But we can see in the output the workspace app is semantically released. So have I led you
Oh.
astray with the publish configuration?
No, I don't know.
What did we set it as? NX release publish options package root, right?
Yeah.
So the top of the file, we did it in the target defaults.
Yeah.
NX release publish options package root, and then publish project root. Yeah, that's correct. Hmm. We just look at the output again for the publish that we did, or is that gone?
That's here.
Okay. So yeah, we can clearly see that skipped it because it already exists. So it's clearly found it from the wrong location.
Well, what's interesting is that it says it exists with no packages published with tag latest, but it shouldn't because so this version does exist in the real npm registry,
Yeah.
but not in our local one.
Can we do verbose logging? Just see if that gives us any additional information about the publish. That's some extra cloud logs we get then automatically as well. No, we didn't get any additional stuff on the publish. I'm afraid I'll have to request you to go spelunking in node modules and just add a quick
Sure.
console log for me.
Yeah.
It's
Where are we going?
Back in the NXJS package, the executor for publishing also comes from there. So not that one. Inside the @nx/js.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And this
In
time we're going to executors.
source.
Sorry, source executors, and then release publish. And then release publish impl JS.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whoa, what am
And
I
then
in Java? What is this? Impl.
yeah, I don't know, some convention we have in there.
I'm
So the
joking.
main thing I want you to check is that package root variable there, and like the options.package root as well that's being passed in.
Hmm.
So if you could just
You want me
add
to console
a
like
log.
that?
Yeah, exactly. Both package root and the original options like that come in. Maybe the whole options object would be good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, there it is.
Okay, so package root is coming through incorrectly.
Yeah, that's right.
Because the options is empty. Like the
Yeah. So it's coming from the project config. It's defaulting. Yeah.
So
So
package root. We definitely said package root, right? Not project root in the
that's
config.
yeah. Let's just
Pretty sure we
see.
did. Package root,
Yeah.
yeah. And it matches the version config. So yeah, that's correct. So why didn't that propagate through is the question. Have
Mhm.
we had a regression in target defaults in the last version? Because this is working fine in the NX repo. We literally do the same approach with this same config. So this is very confusing. Let me have a look at the NX repo as well. Oops, I'm going to run NX graph in the NX repo because I can't remember if we can see this stuff in the graph view. I think we maybe can. Show all projects. If I look at JS, look at that. Yeah, so if you wouldn't mind opening NX graph for me.
Sure.
The one nice thing we've added really recently in V18 is the project details view. So if you click on what workshop your utils, for example.
Yeah.
And then the thing in the top right, that's like a magnifying glass on a page, that's the project details view. So you can see these are the targets that are available. Yeah, so the options are not coming through. But on my one in the NX repo, I see an options block like you have in the build one,
Hmm.
and the project root is there. The package root is there. So you can see this was created by the NX Core package JSON workspaces plugin from package JSON workspace utils, blah, blah, blah. Is there a chance that yeah, so it was created by a different plugin in my case. It
Oh,
wasn't created
interesting.
by the workspaces one. It's because you're using package JSON workspaces. There's like a internal plugin that gets used to resolve those.
Mm-hmm.
That seems like there's a bug in that package JSON like workspaces resolution then.
Okay.
So we can work around this manually for now by explicitly adding this config to your projects. So right, target defaults are nice because you don't have to repeat that config. But what we can do is we can go into if you copy that, yeah, that's that block, and then if we go into the package JSON of the two projects, I mean, we could try it out just on the utils for now. But if you go into the package JSON and you just add an NX property down there, and then targets property, and then inside the targets property, nest that. Yeah. This is now explicitly defining the options for this target on this project. This is not any kind of inheritance. So if you were to look at NX Graph again, oh, you're already running it.
I guess so. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, whoops. Okay.
Yeah,
There it
so now
is.
it's available. Now we've been very explicit about setting on the project. So now if you were to try the publish again,
Here, I'm
that one
gonna.
should no longer.
Oh yeah, sure. Let's do that
To
right
be
now.
fair, we don't even need to use the interpolated syntax now. We could be explicit because it's on the project, but it works just the same as you've
Yeah,
seen.
easier to copy paste.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. Okay,
Yeah.
so that is coming through. It's going in through publish.
Yeah.
So
So this seems like there's a subtle bug in one variant of like package like of JS monorepo stuff. So um NX repo is using NX core target defaults.
hmm, I'm not sure why this failed.
Sorry, I'll look in a second. Sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
This is why this stream is so useful to have somebody else just kicking the tires and
Uh,
watch and find the issues. Sorry, what happened when you ran it?
yeah, so um here, I'll run it again. And this time I'll do it with a totally different version just to clean that up.
We can
Okay,
probably get rid of
so
the verbose logging. It's adding a lot of cloud noise at the moment that we
yeah,
don't
that's true.
not super valuable.
Um yeah, so all of this is looking good. Local bundle exists. I don't know what that's NX Cloud
Yeah,
stuff,
it's
I
NX
guess.
Cloud, yeah. Yeah,
Um
it would be nice if we separated verbose with cloud verbose, because just because you want verbose logging doesn't mean you necessarily want all the debug information for cloud. So
hmm,
28.9.7 it is working. It's just you got the payload too large again. So I think, have you got a lot of assets in the workshop app?
yeah,
Have you
yeah,
got
actually
like,
there are quite a few.
yeah, so I think there's just a limitation on Verdacio's ability to take all those assets, maybe.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just the sheer size of it, like the font files and everything. So I
Yeah.
think it's working. Like
Okay.
we can see that the utils one was published with the correct version now. So
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, that's
Good.
sorry, that's a little extra annotation that we need right now, but
I don't mind.
yeah, it's
We'll do the same
yeah.
thing over
That's
here.
the nice thing about NX Cloud, sorry, NX Graph is allows us to like see that very clearly. Like what does NX understand about this project having this config, and the fact that with the project details view we can see which plugin added it, like the created by, and the fact that you have a different plugin at play than I do. That's a subtlety between like if you have workspaces enabled or if you don't. The NX repo doesn't actually use package manager workspaces.
Mm.
Um, so
Oh,
that's pretty interesting because
yeah.
now I'm curious
What does
about
the
that.
NX repo use?
We just don't we have a different plugin that resolves the references. Um we don't run any sim linking, I guess. I don't, yeah, we don't. Yeah, the NX repo doesn't consume itself from source. It consumes itself from an installed version.
Hmm.
So we don't actually need the symlinking. We like to run ourselves based on an actual npm version, not the local copy that's in the repo at any one point in time. I think that's just so we have the most representative experience that our users are having at any moment in time.
Hmm.
So we don't actually symlink the dependencies because we don't need to, I
That
think.
makes sense. I just realized I want to make sure we don't have localhost in here. Okay, good. Okay, good. Well, let's see here now. Um, I mean, it is nice to see a green check mark there, even if it is fake. Here, let's get this deleted. Well, hold on. So now we actually have released a 2.60.6. And so
Yeah.
this is not going to release because it's going to say, oh, you didn't change anything that needs to be released. So I'm going to have
No,
to,
it is actually going to publish the real version for one of them, right? Because one of them failed to publish.
hmm, but it,
So, oh, sorry, you're right. It will say that there's no.
yeah, that's okay. I can make a
I
little,
think it will still publish though, won't it? Because we've not set up any logic to say if there's no changes, don't publish.
oh, I thought that was built in.
It would be in the command in NX release, but with the programmatic API, we're not making a decision to exit if there's no changes.
Hmm. So how do I determine
So
if
work
there are
in your
changes?
case, because you're versioning everything together, workspace version is relevant. There's one unified version for your whole workspace. So if that comes back as null, that means there's no changes.
Okay. This is where putting this in a function would be nice because you could do an early return. Actually, I wonder, isn't root level return a thing in Node now? I don't remember.
I don't know.
Uh,
You
that
could
would be
obviously do a process exit zero as like the equivalent of an
yeah,
early return if you wanted to.
yeah, yeah, whatever. That's fine. Okay, great. Sure.
Technically, it's a check for if workspace version is null, but it's only relevant if you really want, if we're really being pedantic, because technically, if workspace version is undefined, that is the case where you're not using unified versioning, where you're using independent versioning.
Mm,
But it doesn't matter in your case because you are not using independent versioning.
oh,
So
I'm gonna be more explicit. If it's null, no version bump required, or no um,
yeah,
relevant changes detected. Yeah, there we go.
yeah,
Fix release process. Now this is interesting because we are going to try and publish, and one of them will fail because it's already been published. And in
yeah.
fact,
So it will not fail though. It will just say skipping, and it will be an exit zero. Because we figured it would be nice if publishing was idempotent, that you could rerun it without a problem.
so here's
Um,
something interesting. I did get an email about a publish, and it was for the app, and the version that was published was that. uh,
what happened to the utils one?
I didn't get an email. It says it already exists.
And this definitely had the change that we made to add the config at the project, the package JSON, right?
Yeah, yeah, pretty, pretty confident in that. Let's, whoops, wrong thing. Yeah, so that was in the workshop app and in utils. So should pull up the graph, I guess.
I mean, we just proved it locally. We just ran Verdasio.
So pull up the app and the NX release. There's publish packages workshop app.
Yeah.
And if
Oh,
I,
hang on. Sorry. That's correct because there was no version applied. So the files were never touched.
oh,
That's why.
yeah,
So yeah, sorry.
because
It didn't print the existing version. It did nothing to the
it did
files.
nothing
Sorry.
to it and then it
Yeah.
continued. And so with this
Yeah,
change
yeah.
now,
This will
we
never
won't
happen
get that
again. Yeah.
either. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
exactly. That makes sense. Okay, that
Okay.
was freaky for a while there, but yeah, that does make sense. There was no version change detected, so it didn't update the files in any way.
Yes. Okay, good. Well, that's excellent. So now I just need to make a relevant
Yep.
change.
This is the one.
This one will work. So we're gonna
Yeah.
take the actually, you know what? We'll delete this because we don't need that at all. And instead, we're gonna yeah, npm install epic web. Oh, actually, I don't remember what it's called. Is it epic? Yeah, epic dash web remember. That is the new singleton in the workspace. Packages, workshop app. Okay, so then look for singleton dot server and whoops. And this is, yeah, import remember yoink. And that's remember. Sorry, I wanted this to be useful and now it's just taking too long. Nope, we're gonna delete this file. Oh, good grief. No, stop doing that. Yeah, there. All right, all of these will be import remember.
If
And
anybody's
then,
been with us since the start of this stream, you're an absolute hero.
yeah, I can't believe this is interesting enough for you. No, actually, it is kind of
I
fun.
think it probably like if I wasn't involved in this, I think this would be an interesting stream because we've bounced around from so many different unrelated
Hmm,
things and we've had
yeah.
to think on our feet and figure them out.
Yeah. And we are almost there. I feel it in my bones. We are
Yeah.
so close. All right, great.
And I have some great feedback to take away with me as well, which is invaluable.
Yes, I am glad of that. Oh, whoops,
The
I
question
did
is, will I be able to understand my notes that I have furiously taken in the background whilst
not.
trying to look at the Zoom at the same time?
Fix, move to remember or epic web remember. All right, this should result in an actual release. Yeah, yeah, that's good. Okay, we're gonna get a real release. Wait a second. Oh, that's right. I forgot I have an Epic Web bot.
All right.
I was like, who is that? You can't publish on my package. Oh yeah, that's right. That is my robot. Okay, so we should get a 2.60.7. I release a lot when I'm the only one working on something.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, good stuff. Okay. And I don't think that I have this because I don't run linting through NX, and that's why this is not leveraging any cache.
Yeah.
Um, Same with the TypeScript and build and all that. So if I wanted to run these things through NX, then that would be a matter of NX JSON adding targets for, or
Yeah,
maybe not necessarily here,
the
but
targets already exist on the projects, but the target defaults are like inherited settings that you don't need to repeat on every single thing. So if you have a simple build
yeah,
script, for example, you don't have to go in and add an NX property to the package JSON and add build cache true. You can define it one time in the NX JSON, it'll be inherited. As we've
yes,
seen, there's an issue with one of the plugins not inheriting things properly for NX Reuse Publish, but let's pretend that's not the case.
yeah, yeah.
Um,
So if I wanted to pipe all this stuff through NX, then I would add scripts to the root right here.
So in this case, like there's different ways of doing it. One way, for example, is to have targets on each project and then do an NX run many, like we did with
Hmm.
build. So you could if you had a lint script on each project that invoked ESLint in that project directory, you could do like lint at your root level could be suddenly NX run many target lint.
Mm.
If you wanted to keep ESLint running for the whole repo in one command, that's totally fine. The way you would do that then is you would go down to the include scripts like you were at before in that root package JSON down at the bottom, in the NX property, you would add lint in there.
Under scripts
No,
or
inside the array, included
ah,
scripts inside that array, you'd add lint. It's basically like an allow list of your scripts above that would be included by NX. So now if you in your terminal, if
mm,
you ran NX lint, now
haha.
it's going to run that root level lint for you.
Whoa.
And yeah,
Yeah.
I think your lint config, huh?
There's something messed up. That should fail on CI or something, I think. Oh no, that's we need to ignore publish. Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
that.
why is that behaving differently though? Could you run that via npm and see if it's behaving
The reason
differently
it's
than via
behaving
NX?
differently is in CI, the publish directory doesn't exist.
Oh, right. Yeah, yeah. Got you. Cool.
So,
So
but
you
now,
do have those warnings and stuff in CI. Yeah.
yes,
Cool.
but now, if I update my workflow, to,
But so we need to, the final step, sorry, is we need to add the target default for lint to add caching to it. So now we
hmm,
can run NX lint and it will pick it up. But now we want to in NX JSON say that lint is cacheable. So we just add a
hmm,
entry there for lint and say cache true. And lint doesn't depend on anything, so we can just leave it at that.
okay. And then if I wanted to do the same thing for type check,
Yep.
okay. And then over here, I would say type check.
Yep.
And then finally here, it's npx nx lint
Yep.
and type check. Okay, sweet. And then my npm run build, yeah, that runs
Is
the
already running
already
NX
running
behind the
nx.
scenes. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm excited to say that we did get a release and it did go for both packages, the right version,
Nice.
everything is working. Um,
Did you bring up
and
npm to look at them to see the little
yeah.
provenance check marks?
Oh yeah, that'll be nice. Epic or Kent C Dodds workshop app and
There you
utils.
go. Now you have your little provenance section on there, built and signed on GitHub
Ooh,
Actions, and you got a check mark and you got a little block. And so you can actually click through to the build summary, the actual, like the thing that ran to publish that thing, the source commit, it's all tracked now.
that is super cool. Fancy. Oh,
Yeah.
geez.
So I think if you click view build summary on the left, I think that takes you to the actual workflow that ran on GitHub Actions. Yeah.
Wow. I like that. That is pretty neat. Yeah, I'm a fan. Yeah, that is cool. Thank you for showing me that. I got more than I expected from from this. That is a pretty cool
Yeah.
addition.
And again, that's only possible if you run in GitHub Actions at the moment. I think they are working with other CI providers to make them eligible to sign these commits in some way. But
mm,
right now, you can only do that if you publish in GitHub Actions. If you set config provenance to true locally, it will error and say you're not running in a trusted environment.
yeah. Huh. Well, cool. I think yeah, from here now, hold on a second. I just got another. Oh no, okay, no, just kidding. I thought I had 3 npm emails. One of them was actually from GitHub. I was like,
Okay, cool.
I only published 2. So here the final test then will be, can I upgrade to the latest version in here, and does it all work? So if I come to here,
Oh, actually consume the packages. Yeah.
yes, consume the packages. And that was 7, right? Is that where we were? Yeah, 2067.
Yeah.
And dun, 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 it totally works. The server timings is the thing that we moved out, and they are working. Hey, we did it.
Hooray.
And it's not even it's not midnight for you, right? It's like 11:18.
No, it's midnight 18.
Oh, 12:18. Dang it.
Yeah,
Okay, so
as I say, that's absolutely fine. Like this has been super valuable. Thank you. It's been really cool to push this around because like yeah, we've discovered things that are completely unrelated to NX release. We've covered things that are very much related to NX release and NX plugins and stuff. We bashed our heads against ESM for a little bit. Then like Tushy, I think has proven its value again. It's like it's a really nice tool. So anybody that's interested in multi-platform builds, that seems to work pretty well. What else did we do? Oh
Oh,
yeah,
we
I
got
need to
the
look into the whole
caching.
prettier MJS stuff is really odd. I'll need to look into that because I've never seen anything like that before. So you do currently have that patch package needed, but I'll get rid of that
Mm.
soon. Yeah, I've
We
got a
added
couple of
caching
other like,
for
yep,
cloud stuff, so we'll see. I guess we'll have to wait till the next run for these to be cached. I wonder
yep,
if I could get Playwright to be cached. Although these probably won't. The reason this didn't get cached is because there were changes, relevant changes. So if I wanted to
yep,
leverage the cache more, I'd want to go more
yep,
granular and have like a
yep,
lint script per project and stuff.
yep.
So anyway, yeah, we covered a ton of stuff, and I really appreciate you helping me with this and getting this worked out. I can now finally organize things a lot better. It'll be so much easier to work on this project.
Yep. My pleasure. We can maybe do a follow-up where we dig into some more stuff as well.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you so much, James. I really appreciate your help, and good luck with the launch week. I kept you up past midnight, and tomorrow's the conference. So good luck on that. I'm sorry.
That's all right. As I say, like it's not that different to this time tomorrow. I think that the actual timing of the conference is like an Eastern time based
Mm,
thing. So
uh,
yeah, it's just how it is. Like, I'm very much used to it. This is my shift time, so very much
yeah.
used to it.
Well, hey, thank you so much, James, and it was a pleasure to meet you as well.
Yeah, thanks very much. You too. Thank
Okay,
you. Catch you
bye-bye.
soon. Bye.
And that's it, everybody.